Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, 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 everyone. It is a Monday. Apparently, it's a holiday. I completely forgot, and I was wondering why all these places I was calling weren't answering and saying that they were closed, even though I'm calling during business hours. But yeah, it's a holiday here in Canada, the May 2-4 weekend, even though the 24th isn't until like Friday. I don't know. It happens every year. Oh, welcome. So far in the Sandbox, we have Good for Gabby. Me, I put a message in there because it's thunderstorming around here, so hopefully the connection holds. My dogs are Goth and Soul Life. Welcome. And thank you so much for coming out on this. I guess, are any of my live streams really planned these days? I just kind of do them when I've hit a saturation of news that I can't help myself but get to. But there was a really big story that I want to cover, so I'm here. Also, a little bit of an announcement on my show on Wednesday, because I'm going to have another impromptu live stream. Bam will be joining me again. Yes. Bam will be on the show at 9 p.m. Eastern. I had originally talked to him about it being at 6, but I'm so used to not having anything in my schedule that I didn't check my schedule ahead of time, and I'm busy for the first part of the evening, so I can't do it earlier. So we're doing it at 9. So I like to preemptively apologize to left past 10 because I don't think I'll be done by then. And I hate crossing streams with other leftists that I like. Leftists I don't like, I don't care about so much. So yes, I apologize ahead of time to left past 10. I will be crossing over with them because I will have Bam on my stream, and I have a couple things that I'm like, I want his take on it. I think this would be interesting because he has a lot of good takes on a lot of things. So I'm really looking forward to it. I really enjoyed my conversation with him last time. Okay, so updates. Another announcement, I guess you could say. I am apparently a parent to about 1,000 online babies. Yes. Wow. Is the right way ever. Just so fragile. So fragile. I posted a video called, the danger of electing Pierre Poilievre for premier. And the reaction that video got, it got over 1,400 views, that clip, and it was in my live stream. I didn't look at all the comments, but I glanced at some of them, and they were just so upset with me that I would dare say that he would make a bad prime minister. And so many of the comments that I saw are from people saying, I just sat through this whole thing and I don't like it. And all I can think is yeah, it's popping up in your streams because, idiots like you keep on immediately wanting to comment on it and watch the whole thing through. But I'm like, wow, do I ever feel like a parent to these little babies? Because it's ridiculous, their reaction to this. There were even a couple that went onto my Twitter feed and to my posted tweet that I have, my pinned tweet. A couple of them are tagging Elon Musk saying, this is a bad person. Maybe she shouldn't be on here. They're tattling to their dad, and I hate to break the news to you boys. He'll never be your real father. And one even emailed my Left of the Box account just to say that it's so sad that I would say all this stuff. And he's glad I only had 30 likes on it. It's up to 38 last time I checked. Uh-huh. And it's so funny because when I go through my like to dislike ratio on YouTube, it's like, anywhere between 92 to 100% likes. But then all of a sudden it will hit a video about Pierre Polyev and it drops down to like 20% likes. Because they just swarm it with like all these negative likes and dislikes and stuff. And I'm like, engagement helps. It helps it in the whole thing, getting acknowledged and whatnot. And I can't help but think that these guys are just sitting through this whole video, because it was a long video, because they're crushing on me. And I get it. I do, a mature person who looks like a woman to you, which just confuses you even more. Articulate, all that sort of stuff. And I hate to break the news to you guys, but I don't give a shit if you're 50. If you act like you're 12, ew. Like, ew. Just so ridiculous. Like, they're not solid enough to be snowflakes that melt. Like, it's just, they've already pre-melted by the time they've gotten to the comment section on my YouTube page. And for the side that always screams, cancel culture, oh no. As soon as I post this video, they're like, oh, we gotta get her off of here. Uh-huh. And I know some of them were referring to me as a lady. How respectful. Probably because they don't know I'm non-binary, because it's not like they know what any of these flags mean, so I don't care. And even if they did know and then tried to call me a lady to get under my skin, I still don't care because they're 12. Just so ridiculous. Like, oh no, my poor little heart is broken because some no-name boys online, are upset because I'm calling Pierre Polyev a poopy head. Ugh, yeah. That's that. And there's a bit of a trend whenever I do a video about, Pierre Polyev or Doug Ford. The like-dislike ratio on it tends to be a lot different than my regular videos. And even the ones that I do about Justin Trudeau, a lot of the libs get into that and they don't like it either when I call them out. Oddly enough, whenever I call out Jagmeet Singh, none of the progressives or NDPers or former NDPers ever get on my case about it. Because, yeah, if you're part of the NDP base, you probably agree with me on that one. Uh, I don't know. Also, I found a delightful little treat this morning because some mornings I wake up super early, randomly, anywhere between like 4:30 and 5:30, and can't get back to sleep. And I toss and turn in bed. And then I go to Twitter usually as a way to try to unwind to get back to sleep. Sure, it works. And I just started Googling some stuff and looking into some stuff, and I found the most amazing video on YouTube ever. I couldn't believe it when I saw this. Let's see, will it work in this screen? Not really. We'll go to this screen. This is Beat Cops failed Fox pilot. Yeah, there we go. That there is Sam Seder. This was like from 2002. It's only about a half hour long, and I watched the whole thing while and I love this thing here, the trio, brilliant, but canceled. Um, let's just say Sam aged better than this pilot did. But the whole pilot's on there for people who want to go watch it. I recommend it because it's kind of funny. Not in the way I think he was hoping. And it's oddly familiar to me because I'm pretty sure he mentioned that this got shot mostly in Toronto because this was like shortly after 9/11 and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, yeah, let's do Toronto instead. And I was actually living in Toronto at the time. But yeah, it's there's some things in here that did not age well. Just say that. Uh like this part here. Oh, where? It's there we go. Yeah, that part didn't age well. Judy Gold, isn't it? It's just yeah, it's worth a watch. If you guys, I tweeted out the link. I'll try to remember to maybe put the link on here. I don't know. You guys can find it. It's on YouTube. It's on a channel called Gone But Not Forgotten TV, and it has like a whole bunch of old commercials and things of that sort. But oddly enough, it has the full pilot for Beat Cops with Sam Seder. It's quite the hoot. Oh. Going to check the Sandbox briefly before I get on to some other stuff. Why is this not working? Not scrolling. That's weird. If I do this, well, it scrolls if I do that. Uh, why is my scroller not working? Do I need to? No, that's not what I want to do. No, it's my. I'm going to have to use like the bar. That's annoying. Um, as I then continue to try to use the scroller on it. We have Absent-Minded Prof also in there from the Bay State. The Bay State? Hudson Bay? Like there's Hudson Bay in Canada, and we have the Hudson Bay Company. I'm not entirely sure, but the Bay State? Is it a state of mind that you're talking about? Oh, my dogs are goth. Hello, Massachusetts. That's probably what it is then. And then tomorrow from the 5, hello from Mississauga. He's been on my show before. He should come back on again sometime. But not this Wednesday, because Wednesday, bam, will be on my show at 9 p.m. Eastern. Monope is in the chat. Hermit Horologist. He has a huge following on Canadian MSN YouTube channels. Don't know who you're talking about. Are you talking about Sam Cedar? Eh. Oh, maybe if I was scrolling back, talking about Pierre Polyev or something? Yeah. Soul Life, emotionally 12 here. Okay, well, it's never going to work out between us then. It's a sin. uh, Absent-minded prof. Do Canadians pay for TV and radio license as they do in the UK? Probably. There's a lot of shenanigans that go around that. CanCon requirements, Canadian content requirements are a big thing here in Canada when it comes to radio and TV and all that sort of stuff. Let's see. Bo Clarity Carlton Martin. I don't think I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. They sir me, so I don't shave. I'm still Team Pussy, aka NB, not New Brunswick. Yes, we do have NB province here, which is New Brunswick, but I'm not from New Brunswick and I'm an NB. BCat K, Sandy, you look so pretty. Well, thank you. Let's see. Lots of people getting into the Sandbox. So that's good. I don't know, just wanted to talk about something else quickly before we get into the news of the day, because there's a fair bit of it. Yeah, it was a rough week for me last weekend. So not this past couple days, but the weekend before that. When I decided to do 2 live streams on the weekend, both almost 5 hours long each, when I do things like that, it's probably a good indication I'm about to burn out. That I'm trying desperately to distract myself from the fact that I'm burning out. Um, yeah, unfortunately, that weekend I had uh, a good acquaintance and a friend of mine pass away within a day of each other. One person, I used to do theater with her. She didn't get back into it after COVID, and I just figured she hadn't been back into it yet. I didn't even know she was sick. She had cancer, and she was only in her 60s. So that was quite sad. And then another friend of mine, whom we've known since like summer of last year, that he didn't have much time left. He was older, late 80s, had Parkinson's and other health conditions. And it was just sometimes it hits hard because he was very supportive of my channel when I first started. Like super supportive back when I had 60 followers or subscribers to my channel. He was encouraging me and would do things as simple as buying me a new pair of running shoes because he knew it was important for me to go out on my walks in the evening so that I could think and think about the scripts that I was writing because back then it was all scripted stuff. And I walk my shoes to the point where they start injuring my feet before I can see if I can afford a new pair of shoes. And so he would do things like that. And we went out to coffee a few times. And it's really a testament to the idea of, friendships, they're not tied to things like age or generations and stuff. You can find commonalities no matter where you are in life. And he was an activist, very much involved in the community. That's how I met him, was through a activist group that I volunteered with. And so just super, super sad. But we knew that was happening. Just still a whole lot of shoulda, woulda, coulda, like maybe I should have tried calling him again and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, it's sad to see them both go. Especially like one night you go to bed, you see the email, and the next day you wake up and you see another email. So, yeah. So, cheers to both of them. May their next life be better than this one, or whichever faith they go for. And yeah, they were good people. So, well, quickly check the sandbox again. This is going to drive me crazy that this little scroller thing is not working on here. It was working earlier because I'm going to keep on forgetting that. And then we'll get to the news because there's a lot of it. And if you guys want to cheer yourselves up, you can go watch this video. It's you might be able to understand why it wasn't picked up. Just saying. Probably not his best work. Germ, one of the finest actors of our time. I need to see him in pilot season. I haven't seen that or some of the other stuff that he's been in. There's a DVD buy and sell store around here called The Beat Goes On. And so I'm constantly checking that to see if DVDs of his old stuff ever pop up in there. I'm on a wait list for one of them in case it comes in. Bo Clarity, Carlton Martin, Victoria Day. Do you do anything for it? Get really pissed off at the people who think any time of night is okay for fireworks. It's to me, it's a non-day. Like back when I was working, it just mean I get the day off work, but it's not a celebration of sorts. It used to be a little bit bigger, and by a little bit bigger, I mean there used to be more places you could go to see a firework display, but those kind of fell out of fashion for a lot of reasons. Well, one thing is just the cost, what it does to the environment and dogs and stuff like that. Like last year for Canada Day, they actually did a drone show, and that was really cool to watch. But there's still neighbors and stuff around that will do the fireworks and, scare the cats and all the dogs and stuff of that sort. Uh, let's see. Benu in space, do you recognize the impact Palestine could have on Indigenous rights worldwide and here in Canada? Yes. I follow a lot of people on Twitter who are very involved with that. They're Indigenous and they often point out the parallels that are going on, and just to see the same settler colonial system and then understanding, like, can we really trust that Justin Trudeau would do anything about Israel when there's still so much not accounted for here in Canada when it comes to the genocides this country has committed, and just the complete lack of acknowledgement of all of the horrors that happened here, the continued horrors that happened here, how the government has never really fully taken responsibility. Like they did the Truth and Reconciliation Act, they did the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls reports and things of that sort. But they go through they do these reports and things, and they have like, here are 300 things you can do to start, mending the wounds, and it's been years, and a handful of them have been done each. And meanwhile, the reservations are falling into disrepair. There's still no clean drinking water on a lot of them. The infrastructure is falling apart. They're treated as second-class citizens still. Um, they don't have the same health care as I do because it's everything is federal for them. And yeah, there's still so much work that needs to be done here. And I already knew a lot of that, but I think maybe some other Canadians who maybe look over at what's happening at Gaza and say, oh, the horror, look at how bad that is. And then they start seeing the pushback from people here, and it's like, oh, okay, it's happening here too. That's a thing. That's the settler colonial system going on. They follow the same strategy. It might look slightly different, but all of the same key points are there along the ways as to what they do. So hopefully it will do something to get more accountability here. It would be nice. But there's been a lot of solidarity between the indigenous communities here and the people in Gaza. Like a lot of the encampments on the universities are there with the, what's the word? Not approval. Not on behalf, but, oh, they're there on the blessing of the indigenous communities that that land belongs to. Let's see. Thank you for the condolences, everyone. Let's see. And then Benu in space says this is the breaking point. We either reject it fully now or there is little hope for us here. It's never going to be an either or, unfortunately. Like, I wish this would just wake people up, snap them into reality and all that sort of stuff, it's going to be a constant battle for a long time, unfortunately. Because until the government actually really starts taking accountability for it and starts putting in policies and, having proper education in the school systems, because here in Ontario, there was going to be added curriculum to a lot of the high school classes that just gave a more accurate portrayal of um, what happened to Indigenous peoples here when the settlers came over and everything. And a lot of Indigenous people were giving their thoughts into it and helping out with this curriculum. And then right before they were supposed to meet up, a lot of them had traveled to Toronto on their own dime. Doug Ford canceled it. Just one of the horrible things he did. But it starts, like, one of the things it needs to start with is just a proper education, because there's still so many Canadians that have no clue what happened. It's, yeah. Okay, well then, why don't we get into some Canadian news? So, as is my style, what I do is I try to cover some of the issues we have related to what's happening over in Gaza, in just some Canadian aspects of it. So I'll hold off doing my little bumper, my This is Canada news bumper, until we get into the more just Canadian news. But we have some other news. So, here from Canadian Justice for Peace in the Middle East, every year Trudeau celebrates Israel's Independence Day without a word about Nakba and the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, whether in 1948 or the current genocide and mass displacement in Gaza after 76 years. The Nakba and Canadian complicity is ongoing. And here's the statement on May 13th from the Prime Minister's office. I haven't read it. I haven't read it yet. Who's here hoping that it's going to acknowledge the atrocities that is happening in Gaza, like actually solidly, say this is Israel's doing, the 40,000 plus people who have died? So, from the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, today issued the following statement on Israel's Independence Day. Okay, so I'm not that necessarily plugged into everything. I'm just wondering, like, how many other nations do we do this for? And that is actually an honest question. I don't know. I don't recall seeing one about, July 4th, America's Independence Day. And it could just be because it's not necessarily newsworthy with a lot of these other nations. So I don't know how many others he acknowledges. Let's just say it wouldn't surprise me if that's a very small number. It wouldn't surprise me if it's just the milk toast number. It is something that you see a lot of this when there's tragedy in the news and this starts popping up in your feed and stuff. And there's a lot of flag raising ceremonies around. And again, I don't recall Canada ever raising the American flag for July 4th. That does not ring a bell for me. But a lot of communities were getting into it about, do they raise the Israeli flag or not? And some say yay, some say nay. There was a large police presence. Did I actually keep that tweet in here? No, there was a large police presence at one of them to make sure that the flag wasn't tampered with, protecting it and stuff. And it's Yeah. So, the statement is today, as we join Israelis, Jewish communities, and others across Canada and around the world to celebrate the 76th anniversary of the founding of the State of Israel. I don't, celebrate is a loaded word in this one, considering how that founding of the State of Israel happened. It wasn't just empty land at the time, despite what some MPs try to say. Looking at you, Sheila Robinson. Yeah. In 1948, Canada was among the first countries to recognize Israel's independence, later establishing diplomatic relationships in 1949. In the 75 years since, our countries have forged a close friendship and strong bilateral relationship anchored in deep people to people ties. More like settler to settler ties. Canada is proud to be home to the fourth largest Jewish community in the world, with a population of nearly 400,000 people of Jewish heritage who have and continue to make our country more inclusive, diverse, and prosperous. The establishment of the State of Israel reflected the principle that Jewish people, like all peoples, have the right to determine their own future. I nearly spit up the coffee I didn't just drink. Uh-huh. What about the Palestinians in Gaza? Do they have a right to have a future, let alone determine their future? Canada supported this principle in 1948, and we stand by it today. Yeah. Never mind the fact that just a few years before that, Canada was denying Jewish refugees from the Second World War. Suddenly, everything was okay. Sorry, I just realized the scroller is working on this screen, not working on the YouTube screen. That's annoying. This year's celebration of Israel's independence comes at a particularly challenging time for Jewish communities. Hamas's brutal October 7th terrorist attacks were the deadliest attacks on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Hamas must immediately lay down its arms and release all hostages. I would think that this one would be particularly challenging to celebrate, considering that this country is currently responsible for a genocide. It's, I would feel it very difficult to celebrate a nation that is currently doing a genocide. Yeah. Just, yeah, it was a horrible attack. But at what point do you really start separating the fact that 40,000 plus, and I say plus because that number could very well have another digit to it, for all we know, with the amount of bodies that have not been counted and the amount of people who are about to die from starvation. Is that not brutal? And all of that very preventable. And it's very difficult for Hamas to release all hostages when they're under constant fire. The hostages are at more risk of dying from the IDF than they are from Hamas. Just absolutely tone deaf. And of course, we will always defend Israel's right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state. It is not a democratic state, it is an apartheid state. We remain unwavering in our support for the Israeli people to live in peace and security, and we reaffirm our support for a two-state solution in which Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side with security, dignity, and without fear. Well, then that can't be a two-state solution at this point. That is done. If a two-state solution was possible, let's just say they've had, what is it, 76 years to work on that? It's not going to happen. And it shouldn't. Why? Like, why? Because it's just, again, it's all the same language. Like, Israel has a right to defend itself. They need a safe place to live. Well, it's actually a very safe place in Canada for Jewish people to live right now. Unless they're Zionist and the sight of a kafia, strikes terror in their hearts, and, the overwhelming guilt of what their nation is responsible for starts catching up to them, but they suppress it by just saying, oh, no, they're just terrorists, and that's what that is. It's not about them fighting for their actual right to live. In recent months, we've seen a disturbing rise in anti-Semitism across the world, including right here in Canada. There has been a rise in anti-Semitism. Also, it's hard to determine how large that rise is because anything from chalk on the sidewalk that says Free Palestine can be considered anti-Semitic. So it's hard to actually know where that number actually is. This must not continue, whether it's at a synagogue, where a lot of those Palestinian real estate auctions happen, or a Jewish business or school, whether it's wearing the Star of David or a kippah. Jewish Canadians deserve to feel safe, supported, and welcome. They deserve to live openly and proudly Jewish lives without intimidation, or fear. Too often in recent months, Canadians have been threatened, harassed, and excluded because of their faith, their identity, or because they support the Jewish people's right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. That is unacceptable and must stop. You know what I see a lot in the news, in media, are Palestinians being harassed and threatened. One guy actually went to some protesters with a nail gun. A Zionist went to Palestinian protesters with a nail gun. It was quite violent. And a lot of the attacks from police, their violent attacks, are usually towards Palestinians and people in the encampments, which also includes Jewish people. It's usually the Jewish people within those encampments that are the ones being threatened and harassed, most often by Zionists. It's not because they support the Jewish people's right. It's because, people are pushing back against Zionists, and any pushback they interpret as harassment or a threat. The right to self-determination, and it's just their ancestral homeland. There are still people in Gaza and Palestinians in Israel who have the keys to their homes that they were forced out of 76 years ago. There are Palestinians right now being kicked out of their homes, being forced out of their homes, having their homes be destroyed. Where's the concern for them, for their self-determination, for their right to exist? Funny, Justin never really gets to that, I don't think. Let's see. I haven't finished reading it. He might acknowledge all of that. Through initiatives such as Security Infrastructure Program and the Community Resilience Fund, we are investing in the security in communities targeted by hate-motivated crime and working with local organizations to prevent violent extremism in our communities. And through Budget 2024, we are investing over $237 million. So, of course, he has to change this into a plug for the Liberal Party. We don't need to add that. Canada stands with Israeli peoples in their right to live in security and the determination for long-lasting peace. The thing that's interfering with that long-lasting peace would be the Israeli government. The IDF, the fact that they are an occupying state, when you're an occupier, it's hard to live in peace because the people you're occupying, they tend to fight back. On behalf of the Government of Canada, I send my regards on Israel Independence Day. I have no idea how to say this, I'm sorry. So frustrating, so frustrating. But in the news, a little bit, it's hard to say that there's any positive news when it comes to what's happening over there. But I guess you could say it's progress, at least. And a lot of you who are chronically online, is that the word? Terminally online, like I am, you would have seen this floating around today from the International Criminal Court. ICC prosecutor announces applications for arrest warrants in relation to Benjamin Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, and the context and the situation in the state of Palestine. This is a long statement. I'm just trying to see if there's a Cole's Note version. Let's see what the second one says. That's only a couple minutes long. I do recommend that everyone go and watch all of this. David Dole also covered it on the Rational and National, so you can go watch his video on it. Let's see what this one says.
If it is seen as being applied. Today I wish to underline one message very clearly. It's my strong conviction that if we do not demonstrate our willingness to apply the law equally, if it is seen as being applied selectively, we will be creating the conditions for its complete collapse. And in doing so, we would be loosening the remaining bonds that hold us together, the stabilizing connections between all communities, all individuals, the safety net to which all victims look to in times of suffering. This is the true risk we face at this perilous moment. Now more than ever, we must collectively demonstrate that international humanitarian law, the foundational baseline for human conduct during conflict, applies to all individuals and applies equally across situations addressed by my office and by the court. This is how we will prove, tangibly, in real terms, for all victims, that the lives of all human beings, wherever they may be, have equal value.
Good. Arrest them all. I'm not against arresting some Canadian politicians over their complicity in sending weapons and money over to Israel for this. Is this like a written statement here? Let's see. Yeah, so there's a written statement if people want to go over that as well. It's pretty long and I have a lot to go through today. So there's lots of ways that you can learn more about this. Like I said, David Dole's video, I'm just bringing it up again because sometimes you need news that just shows things are hopefully starting to go in the right direction. Yeah, statement of ICC prosecutor, application for arrest warrants in the situation in the state of Palestine. No, I'm reading just the first couple sentences. On the basis of evidence collected and examined by my office, I have reasonable grounds to believe that the head of the Islamic Resistance Movement Hamas in the Gaza Strip, more commonly known as DEIF, Commander-in-Chief of the military of the Hamas, known as okay, there's going to be a whole bunch of things that I don't know the name of. following war crimes against humanity committed in the territory of Israel, state of Palestine, in Gaza Strip from at least October 7th. And so these application for arrest warrants aren't just for Benjamin Netanyahu, it's also for leaders within Hamas. As it should be. Here we go. On the basis of evidence collected and examined by my office, I have reasonable grounds to believe that Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Yoav Gallant, the Minister of Defense of Israel, bear criminal responsibility for the following war crimes and crimes against humanity committed on the territory of the State of Palestine in the Gaza Strip from at least October 8th, 2023. And yes. Starvation, causing great harm, willfully causing great harm, willfully killing, intentional directed attacks against civilian population, extermination or murder, contrary to articles, basically as a crime against humanity, persecution as a crime against humanity, other inhumane acts as crimes against humanity. So good. Who is calling me right now? Probably spam. Anyway. So let me know in the comments section, and I could try to remember to link this in the description box below for you guys. And Owen Jones has a few things to say on this. He's great. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel. He has... Okay, I'm a sucker for the accent. What can I say? And he's been following this very closely. He has so much information and knowledge about what's happening. And he does a really good job of just breaking it down for everyone. So he responded to this by saying the International Criminal Court has just issued arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and Hamas leaders. Israel's leadership is charged with starvation, causing great suffering, willful killing, murder, directed attacks against civilian population, crimes against humanity, extermination and murder, persecution, and other, I think it's inhumane acts. It shouldn't just be Israel's leadership who should be trembling right now. To the commentators and politicians who legitimized this heinous crime, and to those who stayed silent, knowing that a great crime was being committed, you should fear accountability too. I want that to be the case so much. What were you thinking? You knew Israeli leaders and officials issued countless statements dripping with bloodthirsty genocidal intent. You knew they promised to starve Gaza, to wipe Gaza off the face of the earth, to impose collective guilt on Palestinian people. What were you thinking? You knew thousands of Palestinian civilians, many of them kids, were being slowly cooked alive and suffocated under rubble. You knew Gaza's entire medical system was being intentionally blown to pieces, from bombed hospitals to slaughtered doctors. What were you thinking? You knew the Palestinian people were being intentionally deprived of food, water, medicine, and shelter. You knew civilian infrastructure was being indiscriminately destroyed, so Gaza now looks a different color and texture from space. What were you thinking? You knew Palestinians were being tortured in captivity, including to death. You knew babies were being amputated and pregnant women were having cesareans without anesthetic. The commentators and politicians who legitimized one of the great crimes of the century, you have no excuses and nowhere to hide. Israel's leaders were clear about what they were going to do, and they acted on their genocidal threats to the letter. Did you think Israel's impunity was some kind of limitless insurance which would protect you? Did you look at Iraq and conclude that cheerleaders of that crime got away with it, so you would get away with this too? Those who cheered this atrocity on, those who legitimized it, you now have to be held to account. Careers must end, and those who violated the 1948 Genocide Convention's criminalization of public incitement of genocide and complicity in genocide must go to prison. Don't bother deleting your tweets. Your public statements are never going to be forgotten. And those who legitimize this crime should be expected to be pursued for the rest of your lives until there's accountability. Good luck claiming the ICC or Hamas. Hamas leaders have rightly been charged with war crimes, and they must face justice. The problem for you, the complicit, is that Israel's war crimes are much graver. Our governments made them possible, and you cheered them on. Yeah. Huh. No, I'd be fine with seeing some of our ministers be held accountable, lose their jobs. Justin Trudeau losing his job over this. There needs to be accountability. Owen Jones also posted a video that mirrored pretty much what he was saying there. It's a rough video, but I still recommend you go watch it. And basically said that this is basically the first live stream genocide that people are witnessing. That this is the first time people are seeing it as it happens and the horror of what it is. This isn't something that we find out about after the fact. We know it's happening right now, so we know there's no excuse from our leaders. It's not like they can't pretend they didn't know what was happening. When there were so many statements from Israelis, politicians and leaders stating quite clearly that they wanted to wipe Gaza off the map, that their intentions were to starve the population, collective punishment, targeting journalists, targeting hospitals. There's no hiding it. We all saw this happen in real time. And there needs to be accountability from leaders all around the world who not only did nothing, but also sent weapons and money and funds. That's my government. Okay, let's check the Sandbox and then we'll get into the CBC article. Not the CBC article, the Breach article about the CBC, which is a really good article, I've been told. We'll find out together. So we'll go to the Sandbox. Darn it, the scroller is not working here. It's working on this screen, the news screens. It's not working on my YouTube screen, and it's driving me kind of crazy. But there were updates recently, so you know how that goes. There. No. It just highlighted everything. It's not. There we go. No, don't. I might not be able to read that many comments today. It's YouTube is being quite the pain right now. Let's do this slowly. There we go. Let's see. Oh, welcome everyone to the Sandbox. Just looking for comments I know the context of. BKK, Biden scolding the ICC for issuing warrants for Netanyahu makes me feel like little ghosty emojis thingies. Yeah. It's like, you know, Biden and all of them. It's like, how dare you do your job without bias? Hold us accountable. It's kind of like when the police get held accountable occasionally, and just how outrageous, like, when did this start? Like, why are you doing it now? Can't you wait till like the next one? Israel sitting there like, can't you just wait till the next genocide that happens before you start cracking down on it? Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, that'd be like W.L. Mackenzie King, PM of Canada during World War II, celebrating Germany. You know, the more I learn about Canada and the United States, the more I'm kind of astonished they didn't back the Nazis. Looks like somebody was not being friendly in the sandbox, so thank you to the mods for keeping it clean. Let's see. I love that you guys are building community. It just makes it, I feel bad when I just kind of give you guys dead air as I'm looking to find a comment, but you're chatting amongst yourselves so much, which is great, but it just means that I have a hard time singling out something to say, to read. Let's see. Yes, hello, MIDI doctors. Looney Tunes 9000. Owen Jones speaking truth. Yes. MIDI doctors, it felt really good hearing them saying they were doing something. Yeah. And for those of you who are joining the stream a bit late, if you need to be cheered up after this, do I have the video for you to go check out? For those of you who are fans of Sam Seder, this is Beat Cops Failed Fox Pilot. The full pilot for Beat Cops from 2002 with Sam Seder. It's on YouTube. Go check it out if you need to unwind after this. It's only 23 and a half minutes long. Sam Seder aged well. This pilot, not so much. Oh. Okay. Also, people joining the stream a bit late. A little bit of a fun announcement. On Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be joined by Bam. Bam! It's coming back on the stream. I'm really looking forward to it. I really enjoyed the chat we had last time. And it was supposed to be earlier, but I mixed up my schedule. So unfortunately, there will be overlap with Left Past 10. My apologies. But it should be a good conversation. So I suggest everyone come and check it out. You could do like a dual stream or something. Watch us both. Okay, I'll just get set up for the next one. The CBC, or as I have fondly referred to them, the Corporations Before Canadians news network, is our national publicly funded news here in Canada. So much so, it's on the Wikipedia page that it's, you know, funded by the government. And Pierre Poilievre was just so upset about that when he learned that, because apparently he didn't know how to do a wiki search. And the reality is, it's always been that way. It's always been government funded. And they've always had a bias. but it's not towards the liberals, as Pierre Poilievre was trying to say. It's always been towards the status quo, and I've talked about it plenty on my channel. Well, it turns out the CBC is completely biased coverage when it comes to the news. What? The Breach, a progressive news magazine. I don't know, what do you call them these days? News. They're not a network, but they're online. I don't think they actually have magazines. So The Breach, blog, podcast, whatever you want to call it. They're fairly new, and they have a lot of wonderful progressive people supporting them, reporting for them. Well, they did a deep dive into the CBC, and it turns out, yeah, we were all right. We all could see it. The biases that the CBC had when it came to the conflict over between Israel and Hamas. It's not the only way the CBC has been biased, but it's been particular egregious, let's just say, with what's been happening over there. And so the Breach did an in-depth investigation, and they released this article, and it's been ruffling some feathers. Good. Let's get into it. It's annoying when I make the screen so big people can see it. Their web pages are not formatted to be, what is this at? 200% zoom in. So, this is from May 16th, 2024. CBC has whitewashed Israel's crimes in Gaza. I saw it firsthand. Working for 5 years as a producer at the public broadcaster, I witnessed the double standard and discrimination in its coverage of Palestine and experienced directly how CBC disciplines those who speak out. And this is by Molly Schumann, who I believe worked at the CBC and is now blowing the whistle on them. The executive producer peered at me with concern. It was November 16th, 2023, and I had been called into a virtual meeting at CBC. I was approaching my 6th year with the public broadcaster, where I worked as a producer in television and radio. He said he could tell I was passionate about what was happening in Gaza. His job, he told me, was to ensure my passion wasn't making me biased. He said I hadn't crossed the line yet, but I had to be careful. The conversation ended with him suggesting that I might want to go on a mental health leave. Ouch. Yeah. Can't blame people for getting passionate over a genocide that's happening. And if you start to acknowledge it, they call you crazy. Like, quite honestly, I feel like I have been going crazy witnessing what's been happening over there with so little pushback from other nations, from Canadians, from seeing Zionists freak out over the site of a kafia, all of that. I feel like I've been losing my mind because we see the genocide, we see the horror, and it feels like we're just screaming into a void sometimes, trying to get proper coverage on this, trying to get our governments to acknowledge what's happening, trying to do anything to just make it stop. I declined. My mind was fine. I could see clearly what was happening. Earlier that day, I had spoken out in a meeting with my team at CBC News Network, the broadcaster's 24-hour television news channel. It was the 6 weeks into Israel's siege and bombardment of the Gaza Strip, which had, at the time, killed over 11,000 Palestinians, the majority of them women and children. Legal experts were already suggesting that what was taking place could be a potential genocide, with Israeli Holocaust scholars calling it a textbook case. I expressed concern to my team about the frequency of the Palestinian guests getting canceled, the scrutiny brought to bear on their statements, and the pattern of double standards in our coverage. After this, I pitched a reasonable and balanced interview, two genocide scholars with opposing views, discussing whether Israel's actions and rhetoric fit the legal definition of the crime. Senior colleagues sounded panicked. My executive producer replied that we had to be careful not to push hosts into difficult positions. They wanted time to consult with higher ups before making a decision. A few hours later, I was sitting across from the same executive, being warned about crossing the line. Like, all of this is pretty much what I imagined was happening. Because all through this, it's like my frustration with CBC when I use a lot of their articles for my analysis in the news. It's not so much that they're lying, it's that they're only showing it from one perspective, one bias. And the instant that you want to have other opinions in there, they accuse you of being biased. But so many of the articles I was seeing from them was all about the attack on October 7th, the death toll from October 7th. And occasionally they would mention the death toll in Gaza, but neglect to mention how that death toll was happening. Neglected to mention, the 2,000-pound bombs being dropped. At one point, it was counted over 200, and that was at the very early stages of this. The hospitals that were being, wiped off the map, but CBC would be like, but there was, probably Hamas in there, so that makes it okay. It's one of the things, like, it's great this person has come out and we have this article, but why did it need to come to this before people started calling out the CBC for what they were doing? Why did it have to take this long? Why weren't they listening to all the other people, the scholars, just the average people like me who could see quite plainly what was happening? But since we don't have any authority, we don't have any credentials, we're a bunch of nobodies, it doesn't matter. But, it took somebody from within the company to actually start speaking out before other places are like, Well, to be fair, The Breach has called out CBC before. I've called out CBC before. But this article in particular has been getting a lot of attention. Good. The following afternoon, I showed up for what was supposed to be a typical meeting to go over the interviews we had lined up for the coming days, but some unusual guests were present. In addition to my coworkers, the faces of my executive producer and his higher-ups appeared on Google Meet. The managers were there to talk about my pitch. They said they weren't vetoing it, they weren't meant to even make editorial decisions, but suggested our show wasn't the best venue. I pointed out that the network was deemed a suitable place for interviews with guests who characterized Russia's war on Ukraine and China's oppression of the Uyghurs as instances of genocide. The managers looked uncomfortable. I was reassigned to work on a panel with two guests calling the West to support a regime change in Moscow and Tehran. Ever since these unusual meetings had started, I was recording them for my protection. This person has receipts. Good. If journalists in Gaza were sacrificing their lives to tell their truth, I should at least be prepared to take some risks. But that wasn't the end of the blowback. The next week, late on Friday afternoon, I received an email from the same two managers who had poured cold water on my pitch. They needed to speak to me urgently over the phone. I was asked to keep the conversation secret. Okay, when a news organization starts doing things like that, you really gotta be wondering what's going on. It's like, you might be covering news. We want you to keep it secret. They told me I had hurt the feelings. Oh my God. Oh no. Did some people get their fifis hurt? Because somebody was accurately calling what was happening over there genocide. Poor things. They told me I had hurt the feelings of some of my coworkers, but it was more than just to hurt feelings. Someone was accusing me of anti-Semitism. Yes, because calling out the Israeli government for genocide, according to Zionists, is being anti-Semitic. Here they are whining about hurt feelings while bodies are being buried under the rubble. I had, it appeared, crossed the line. Trying to work your way up to a permanent position at Canada's public broadcaster requires knowing the sorts of stories, angles, and guests that are acceptable and which are out of bounds. As precarious casual employees, a class of worker that make up over a quarter of CBC's workforce, it hadn't taken me long to realize that the subject of Israel-Palestine was to be avoided wherever possible. When it was covered, it was tactily expected to be framed in such a way as to obscure history and sanitize contemporary reality. If it weren't for TikTok and other places like Twitter, YouTube, this biased coverage from CBC and this type of coverage from other networks covering it the same way would be the only source of information people would be getting. And a lot of us still wouldn't know what was happening over there. I feel they only even ever acknowledged the deaths in Gaza because they couldn't deny them, because it is all over other medias. So they had to at least acknowledge it. But if it wasn't for that, I don't think they would have ever mentioned a death toll in Gaza. They would have kept that quiet. They would have talked about the bombings. They might have mentioned the Hamas militants that were being killed. But all the innocent people, again, it's not lying, it's omitting, but it is a lie by omission. I don't think they would have said anything if this wasn't all over social media. After October 7th, it was no longer possible for corporation to continue avoiding it, but because CBC had never properly contextualized the world's longest active military occupation in the lead up to the atrocity, it was ill-equipped to report on what happened next. The CBC would spend the following months whitewashing the horrors that Israel would visit on Palestinians in Gaza. In the days after Israel began its bombing campaign, this was already evident. While virtually no scrutiny was applied to Israeli officials and experts, an unprecedented level of suspicion was being brought to bear on the family members of those trapped in Gaza. Keep in mind, again, not a single refugee from Gaza has actually made it over to Canada yet, even though at least 1,000 emergency visas were granted. But none of them have been able to make it over here. And so many people just saying that anyone from there, like no one, it's all over Zionist speak and stuff, that nobody from Gaza should be allowed to leave, basically. That they should all stay in there and suffer. That Canada shouldn't allow any of them in, even ones with families and connections here, ones that are actually Canadian citizens that are trapped in Gaza. And some of these are the same people, Zionists, who were turned away from by Canada during the Second World War. They are now doing it to the people in Gaza. absolutely tragic, horrific um, repetition. My job required me to vet work of associate producers and to oversee interviews, so I was well positioned to see double standards up close. At first, out of concern that it would jeopardize my chances of landing a staff job that I had recently applied for, I only voiced mild pushback. But as the death toll mounted, my career started to seem less important. If journalists in Gaza were sacrificing their lives to tell the truth, I should at least be prepared to take some risks. And that's why I have so much admiration for a lot of the students that you're seeing in Canada, in the United States. More so in the United States, too, because a lot of them, their diplomas are being threatened. They're being threatened with expulsions. They're being threatened with arrests. We did have some violent encounters from the police towards encampments in Alberta, not to the same level as in the States. By being part of these encampments, these students are literally putting their lives on the line. They're constantly under attack by Zionists, by police not doing anything to protect them. They're doing what the leaders of this country should have been doing a long time ago. And more people in the government. Like, where are all the people in the government, calling out Justin Trudeau from his own party? One of my last live streams, there was one Liberal member I found calling what it was over there genocide. But where are the people within his party willing to lose their status as a Liberal, being willing to be kicked out of the caucus? Sarah Jama did. She got kicked out of the NDP caucus for calling it what it was just days after October 7th. Where are all these other people we've elected into office standing up and calling this what it is and challenging Justin Trudeau? Where are their spines? Did they shit them out in the morning? It shouldn't be up to civilians risking their lives, their jobs, their livelihood to do what the government should have been doing in the first place. Besides, I naively told myself it would be easier for me to dissent than most of my colleagues. I am of mixed Jewish heritage, have been raised by a father who fled the Holocaust as a young child and dealt with lifelong trauma and guilt of surviving while his family members were murdered by the Nazis. It would be more challenging, I believed, for cynical actors to wield false accusations of anti-Semitism against me. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of, there's no, it doesn't matter who you are. If you're standing up to Zionists, if you're calling it a genocide, you all get labeled as Hamas supporters. Scholars, Jewish scholars, Holocaust survivors, parents and family members of the hostages, all of them suddenly become Hamas supporters because they're not stepping in line with everything the Zionists want. And as she says, I turned out to be wrong. The Palestine exception at CBC. In the run-up to October 7th, a senior colleague said that if we were lucky, the news gods would shine on us and put an end to the stretch of slow news days. Waking up that fateful Saturday to multiple alerts on my phone, I knew that both the world and my professional life were about to dramatically change. Even before October 2023, trying to persuade senior CBC colleagues to report accurately on Palestinians was a struggle. Here are some of the TV interview ideas that colleagues and I pitched but had turned down. Human Rights Watch 2021 report designating Israel apartheid state. The I don't, you know me and names. Evictions in that same year. Israel assassinating Palestinian American journalist Shari in 2022, the Israeli bombing of the Jenin refugee camp in 2023. See, Amnesty International has been calling this out for such a long time, like decades. The United Nations has been calling this out, and yet here is a public news broadcaster here in Canada that can't even report on things that are actually happening. Because now people are saying, well, this October 7th attack, it just came out of nowhere. When that's not the case. Palestinians have been trying to fight back in so many different ways. A few years ago, there was the, I forget what they call it, where they were just peacefully walking to the wall. Palestinians were just peacefully walking to the wall, and they were being sniped down. Hundreds died. Innocent people, medics, clearly labeled medics, children, were just sniped out of existence. Oh, but they might have had a rock. All the people being held in prison, all the Palestinians arbitrarily being held in prison, that's all been known. You know, Amnesty International has been reporting on this for decades. But it came as a surprise to a lot of Canadians because we have public broadcasters, news networks that never mention it. The only reason why I knew of it was because I got involved with Amnesty International. The last of these ideas was initially greenlit, but later canceled because a senior producer was concerned that a host would have too much on her plate. Around this time, I also pitched some ideas from the Israeli Human Rights Organization to talk about the potential impact of widely protested judicial reforms on Palestinians, but this was nixed for fear of complaints. Any news network that's afraid to actually report on the news because they might get complaints isn't a news network. They're a propaganda tool. These would become familiar excuses. Sorry, that just really bugs me, the fear of complaints thing, because that's why a lot of the right wing gets their way. Because centrist media, leftist media that's trying to look balanced and all that sort of stuff, they fear the complaints of the right wing. Like, how dare you cover this way? You know? And so they're constantly catering to the sensibilities of people who don't want others to know the truth. For a network that's receiving public funds, this is a disgrace. After October 7th, I dreaded going into work. Every shift, the impact of the biases went into overdrive. Even at this early stage, Israeli officials were making genocidal statements that were ignored in our coverage. On October 9th, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said, "I have ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we act accordingly." Again, if it wasn't for TikTok, Twitter, how many people would have even known that statement was made? Like, unless they're watching Al Jazeera News. Where was the mainstream media coverage of this statement? I don't recall seeing this on CTV News, on CP24, Globe and Mail. I don't recall that. I'm not saying it wasn't there. I just don't recall it. Even after this comment, my executive producer was still quibbling over the uses of our scripts of the word besieged, or references to the plight of Palestinians. On October 20th, I suggested having Haman Farah, a Palestinian-Canadian psychotherapist, back on the network. In an earlier interview, we had he had told us that his family were sheltering in uh, an Orthodox church in Gaza City. The following week, I learned from social media that his step cousin had been killed in an Israeli airstrike on the 12th century building. That's quite the thing for somebody who's working in the news to have to learn through social media that this is happening. To actually have family members and you're learning through social media as opposed to, mainstream media. My executive producer responded to my pitch via instant message, yeah, if he's willing, but also may have potentially said we can't verify these things though unless we can. We could verify them. I was stunned. Never in my nearly 6 years at CBC had I ever been expected to verify the death of someone close to a guest or to put a disclaimer in an interview that we couldn't fact check such claims. That's not a standard that producers have been expected to uphold, except apparently for Palestinians. Besides, even at the early stage, civil society had completely broken down in Gaza. I couldn't just call up the health authority or courthouse to ask that they email over a death certificate. I already had the person's relative's full name and had found a Facebook profile matching a commemorative photo he had posted on Instagram. This was already more verification than I had done for Israeli interviewees who had loved ones killed on October 7th. A few days later, a different program on the network aired an interview with a guest using passive language in the headline, Toronto man says relative was killed in airstrike that hit Gaza. I was being forced to walk a tightrope, trying to retain some journalistic integrity while keeping my career intact. In early November, I was asked to oversee production of an interview with a former U.S. official now working for the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, a pro-Israel think tank. During the interview, he was allowed to repeat a number of verifiable false claims live on air, including that Hamas fighters had decapitated babies on October 7th and that Gazan civilians could avoid being bombed if only they listened to the Israeli military and headed south. This was after civilian convoys fleeing southward via safe routes had been bombed by the Israeli military before the eyes of the world. So it's one thing to omit, it's another thing to have somebody on the network and just flat out lie without correcting them. The network has no excuse for this, none whatsoever. To have this level of journalistic integrity just be destroyed, to not do the bare minimum, to allow people on their network who lie and repeat verifiably false claims. I'm looking at you, TYT, home of progressives. I'm not against networks having differences of opinions on their teams. I am against a progressive network having a raging genocidal Zionist on their staff, giving him a platform while not providing that same platform to people who are Palestinian. But Jank likes to say, well, then we can push back. Only not all the time, because he made at least one Rebel HQ video where he was spewing out all of these lies about the decapitated babies and the rapes and all this sort of stuff. That was on a Rebel HQ video and there was no pushback. He got to say whatever the hell he wanted and it was published on their network. Like, it is one thing to have a genocidal Zionist come on for a spot and have a debate. It's another thing to be paying them, to be giving them a platform, to legitimizing it as a both sides issue by keeping this person on staff. Like, of all the disgusting things TYT has done recently, this one takes a cake by far. to allow Ben Glebe to be part of that network after all the bullshit he has spewed. Back to the article. As soon as I heard this second falsehood, I messaged my team suggesting that the host push back, but received no response. Afterwards, the host said she had let the comment slide because time was limited. Yeah, you better not correct a grievous mistake like that or a grievous lie like that because you know what? TikTok, TikTok. Even though she could have taken the time from a less consequential story later on the program. The majority of Palestinian guests I spoke to during the first 6 weeks of Israel's assault on Gaza all said the same thing. They wanted to do live interviews to avoid the risk of their words being edited or their interview not being aired. These were well-founded concerns. Okay, again, on a public news broadcaster, people shouldn't have to be worried about them taking their words out of context. That should not have to be something people who are sitting down to an interview with the CBC should not be crossing their mind. That somehow their words will be taken out of context. Never before in my career has so many interviews been canceled due to fear of what guests might say, nor had there ever been direction from senior colleagues to push a certain group of people to do pre-taped interviews. CBC told The Breach it categorically rejects the claims that interviews were routinely canceled. On another occasion in November, a Palestinian Canadian woman in London, Ontario, named Reem, who had family trapped in the Strip, was scheduled for one such pre-taped interview. Because of her frustration over previous interviews that she had given and covered of her family's situation being diluted, she asked if she could go live instead. When I asked the senior producer, he looked uneasy and said the interview should be canceled, citing the guest had already been on the network that week. Oh, because I'm sure, they've never had a Zionist on there more than once. Within a week, within a day. I agreed that it would be preferable to do an interview a new Palestinian voice and said I had contact information for a number of alternative guests. However, after canceling the interview with Reem, the senior producer, informed me that he didn't want another guest after all. Imagine that. Editing out genocide. Most shows on the network seem to avoid airing any mention of genocide in the context of Gaza. On November 10th, my senior producer pushed and canceled an interview I had set up with Palestinian-Canadian entrepreneur Khalid. According to his pre-interview conversation that typically happens before the broadcastable interview, 50 of his relatives have been killed by Israeli soldiers. The part of the transcript that concerned the senior producer was his claim that Netanyahu's government had publicly disclosed its intent to commit genocide, which it did. He also took issue with the guest's reference to documented history of racism and apartheid under Israeli occupation, as well as his suggestion that Canadian government was complicit in the murder of Gazan civilians. Which is true. That's all true. The senior producer raised concerns via email executive producer, who then CC'd one of the higher-up managers. His executive producer replied that it sounded like his statement was beyond opinion and factually incorrect. The executive manager's higher-up chimed in saying she thought the interview would be too risky as a pre-tape or live interview. It's pretty bad when they're saying, yeah, we don't even want to do the pre-tape because they might speak some truth that we can't just edit around. Despite the guest's position aligning with many UN experts and Western human rights organizations, the interview was canceled. CBC told The Breach the guest turned down our offer of a pre-taped interview, but he had said to the producers from the start that he would only do a live interview. Never in my nearly 6 years at CBC had I ever been expected to verify. Okay, yeah, that was already stated. In another instance, a Palestinian Canadian guest named Sama, whose elderly father was then trapped in Gaza, had part of her pre-taped interview edited out before it went to air. She had used the word genocide and talked about deliberate starvation of Palestinians in Gaza. What does CBC think they are? A YouTube channel? They don't have to worry about, strikes against their channel or their video being demonetized because of that. The senior producer told me the edit was because of time constraints, but that the producer and the host were overheard agreeing that the guest's unedited words were too controversial. Again, public broadcasters shouldn't be afraid of reporting on the news. CBC told The Breach it had not canceled interviews with the Palestinians because they referenced genocide and apartheid. Of course they wouldn't admit to it. By November 2023, it was getting harder to ignore the brazen rhetoric coming from senior Israeli officials and the rate of civilian deaths, which had few precedents in the 21st century. But you wouldn't have heard about these things on our show, despite a number of producers' best efforts. By early 2024, the International Court of Justice hearings and later its ruling that Israel refrained from actions that could plausibly constitute genocide forcibly changed the discussion, and the word genocide finally made its appearance on CBC. But back in late October, I booked an interview with a associate professor of global communication at Simon Fraser University to talk about language and propaganda from Israeli and Hamas officials. The host filling in that day was afraid of complaints and was concerned about the guests wanting to be interviewed live and judged him to be biased. Because, yeah, they do a bias check on everyone before they do an interview there. Yet again, an interview was canceled. A secret blacklist? One Saturday in mid-October, I arrived at work shortly after airing of an interview with a prominent Palestinian-Canadian lawyer and former spokesperson for the Palestinian Liberation Organization, Diana. But there had been a commotion, I was told. Commotion in the news place. We have somebody that might speak the truth. Oh no. A producer from the National, the CBC's flagship nightly news and current affairs program, had apparently stormed into the newsroom during the interview saying that Diana was on a list of banned Palestinian guests and that we weren't supposed to book her. I heard from multiple colleagues that the alleged list of banned Palestinian guests wasn't official, rather a number of pro-Israel producers who were rumored to have drawn up their own list of guests to avoid. That should not be allowed in a public news broadcaster. To have people's personal biases restrict who can and cannot come onto the show. Later, I was told by the producer of the interview that after the broadcast, Diana's details had mysteriously vanished from a shared CBC database. By then, I had also discovered that the name and contact detail for the Palestinian ambassador, Mona, who had previously been interviewed, had likewise been removed. It didn't seem coincidental that both guests were articulate defenders of Palestinian rights. While producers distressed by CBC's coverage of Gaza were speaking in whispers, pro-Israeli colleagues felt comfortable making dehumanizing comments about Palestinians in the newsroom. In one case, I heard an associate producer speak disparagingly about a guest's decision to wear a keffiyeh for an interview before commenting that the host knows how to handle these people. This guest had dozens of family members killed by the Israeli military in Gaza. It seemed the only Palestinian guest CBC was interested in interviewing was the sad, docile Palestinian who talked about their suffering without offering any analysis or solutions to end it. What they did not want was an angry Palestinian full of righteous indignation towards governments complicit in their family's displacement and murder. At this stage, I was starting to feel nauseous at work, and then one Saturday night, the sickness turned into anger. I had been asked to finish a production on a pre-tape interview with a constructive dialogue researcher on incidences of campus hostilities over the war and how to bring people together, the sort of interview CBC loves, as it's a way to be seen covering the story without actually talking about what's happening in Gaza. I carried out the task in good faith, writing an introduction leading with an example of anti Semitism and another of anti Palestinian hate, taking care to be balanced in my approach. Why bother? Like, if they're not going to be balanced, why do you have to go out of your way to try to be balanced, to make you look like you're the good one? Like, oh, look at me. I'm still looking at for the other side. The other side gets plenty of coverage already. It's just, there should be no need to feel like, well, I should also mention. No, no, you don't have to. Just like you don't have to condemn what Hamas has done every time there's an interview about what's happening in Gaza. And if anyone were to ask me that question live on air, I would tell them to go fuck themselves. But my senior producer proceeded to remove the example of anti-Palestinian hate, replacing it with a wishy-washy both sides example, while leaving the specific serious incident of anti-Semitism intact. He also edited my wording to suggest that pro-Palestinian protesters on Canadian campuses were on the side of Hamas. This is devastating for this news network to have this information out. Like, it's just completely removing the veil, completely. Like, all the people who were suspecting now know, and people who were clueless as to what was happening now know. CBC needs to be held accountable for their lack of journalistic integrity on this. Absolutely. They are a publicly funded, broadcaster, Canadian corporation broadcaster. They need to be held to a certain standard, at least, respecting the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But they need to be held to a certain standard. And if they can't do that, then they need a complete and utter overhaul. People there need to lose their jobs. And I don't mean in the way that Pierre Poilievre says that, oh, they all need to lose their jobs. No, I believe in having a publicly funded Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, that they would have the resources to do a lot of what other news networks can't do. They would have that security and that funding to know that they were always there. I believe in the purpose of it, but they need to be nonpartisan and not biased. And if they can't do that, they need to be completely overhauled. And not only completely overhauled, there needs to be very strict guidelines of what is acceptable there, so that there's no wishy-washy going on later on. There needs to be like a set, standard, a list of things that they must check off when they're covering stories in order to be considered credible in the future. I overheard the host thank the senior producer for the edits on the biases that incidents of anti-Semitism were supposedly worse, while the introduction of these biases into my script were relatively minor compared to some other double standards I witnessed. It was a tipping point. I challenged the senior on why he had made my script journalistically worse. He made up a bad excuse. I told him I couldn't do this anymore and walked out of the newsroom crying. Truth telling about CBC. That evening at home, the nausea and anger dissolved, and for the first time in 6 weeks, I felt a sense of peace. I knew it was unattainable to stay at CBC. At a team meeting the following week in mid-November, I said things that I had wanted to say since the start of Israel's assault on Gaza. I prefaced the conversation by saying how much I loved my team and considered some of my coworkers friends. I said the problems weren't unique to our team, but across the CBC. But the frequency of Palestinian guests getting canceled and the pressure to pre-tape this one particular group, in addition to the unprecedented level of scrutiny being placed on them, demonstrated a pattern of double standards. I said there seems to be an unspoken rule around the words like genocide. I pointed out that Arab and Muslim co-workers, especially those who were precariously employed, were scared of raising concerns, and that I and others had heard dehumanizing comments about Palestinians in the newsroom. The CBC told the breach there had been no specific reports of anti-Palestinian and Islamophobic comments in the newsroom for managers to respond to or follow up, because a lot of those people would be afraid to speak up in the first place. Because who are you going to go to there? The HR? Can you really trust that they would support you if you go up and say that some of the higher ups have said something offensive, hateful, derogatory? Do you think your jobs be that secure? Because as we've seen across the country, Palestinians' employment is not secure at all. There's been university professors to lose their jobs, other journalists to lose their jobs. People in other professions, speaking engagements, all lose their jobs because they're standing up for Palestinians. So is it any shock that there might not be any specific reports of this when they know very well that if they were to report it, their job is on the line? I said that 2 decades since the US-led invasion of Iraq, it was widely acknowledged that the media had failed to do their jobs to interrogate the lies used to justify the war and occupation that killed 1 million Iraqis, and that as journalists we had special responsibility to tell the truth, even if it was uncomfortable. A couple of co-workers raised similar concerns. Others rolled their eyes. CBC told the breach that it doesn't recall there was anyone who raised concerns in the meeting, but audio recordings show otherwise. Yeah, CBC, we don't recall anyone rolling their eyes either. Like, we weren't looking, but we don't recall seeing it. The question of why there was nervousness around this issue came up. I said one reason why they were adverse to following Palestinian guests to use the G word was because of complaint campaigns of right-wing lobby groups like Honest Reporting Canada. Gotta love conservatives in the right wing always using doublespeak when it comes to naming things. Like the Safety for Children Act, or when you know it's anything but. The Family Foundation Act thing. The Better Environment. Like you know it's all doublespeak. Indeed, just 6 weeks, there were already 19 separate incidents of honest reporting going after CBC journalists. I don't know who this honest reporting is. I'm going to have to look into that. Somebody remind me in a future live stream. So, honest reporting going after CBC journalists, including a host on our team. Honest reporting had also claimed responsibility for the firing at 2 other outlets of 2 Palestinian journalists, one of who was on maternity leave at the time. All this had a chilling effect. Hosts and senior colleagues would frequently cite the threat of complaints as a reason not to cover Israel-Palestine. And during my time there, a senior writer was even called into management meetings to discuss her supposed bias after Honest Reporting campaign targeted her. Her contract was cut short. Yeah. Anyone, again, if you have a network that's susceptible to, complaints, that they're not going to report on things because they're worried about complaints, and then you have a dishonest actor like Honest Reporting purposely trying to get people fired, it's a recipe for suppression, for fear, for keeping stories under wraps, for the right getting what they want. The right wing has way too much power in our media simply because our media is too chicken shit to report the truth. This policing of media workers' output reinforces existing institutional tendencies that ensure CBC rarely deviated from the narrow spectrum of legitimate opinions represented by Canada's existing political class. And that's the thing. It's CBC isn't biased towards the Liberals, not biased towards conservative. They're biased towards the status quo, the political class, the corporations, the institutions. They always have been. That needs to change. Certain CBC Certain CBC shows seemed to be more biased than others. The National was particularly bad. The network's primetime show featured 42% more Israeli voices than Palestinians in its first month of coverage after October 7th mass attacks, according to the survey by The Breach. Although some podcasts and radio programs seem to cover the war on Gaza in a more nuanced way, the problem of anti-Palestinian biases in language was pervasive across all platforms. According to an investigation in The Breach, CBC even admitted to this disparity by arguing that only the killings of Israelis merited the term murderous or brutal, since the killings of Palestinians happens remotely. So, because you can push a button from a room and send a drone over to drop bombs, that's not brutal because you don't have to see it firsthand. Horrible. Images of children being flattened to death in between floors of apartment buildings and reports of premature babies left to starve in incubators suggested otherwise. And we covered that quote. I spoke to many like-minded colleagues to see if there was any action we could take to push back on the tenor of coverage, but understandably others were reluctant to act, even collectively, out of fear of doing so would endanger their jobs. You know what? Those aren't jobs worth having. If you're a journalist and this is the way this network is acting, you shouldn't be a journalist. That's not a job worth having. And I understand it's difficult and people have all these things going on, but your job shouldn't require you to sell your soul. That's not in a job description that you must give up your soul in order to work there. And that's exactly what they are doing. And I know it's hard to step away from situations like that, but at some point, you have to. And you have to speak out. This can't be allowed to continue. Some of those colleagues would have loved to have walked out, but financially responsibilities stopped them. And that's a problem with our government. You see? Guaranteed livable income. If we had that, things like this, these corporations could be held accountable. Because people wouldn't be so afraid to lose their jobs that they could actually walk out on them and hold them to a higher standard. Because they knew that if they did that, they wouldn't be left with nothing and face losing their homes or healthcare coverage and all that sort of stuff. It's part of the reason why the government doesn't want a basic income or a guaranteed livable income. Because it would hurt the capitalist system way too much by forcing them to raise their standards to keep people employed. There has been previous attempts at CBC to improve the public broadcaster's coverage of Israel-Palestine. In 2021, hundreds of Canadian journalists signed an open letter calling out biases in the mainstream media's treatment of the subject. A number of CBC workers who signed the letter were hauled into meetings and told they either weren't allowed to cover the subject or would have any future work on the issue vetted. A work friend later regretted signing the letter because she got the sense that she had been branded as biased, leading to her pitches on Palestine being more readily dismissed. Smeared as anti-Semitic. In mid-November, after laying out my concerns to my colleagues, the regular weekly pitch meeting took place. It was then that I pitched the two genocide scholars before having to attend the virtual meeting with my executive producer, where he suggests I go on mental health leave, and yet another meeting with two managers who raised concerns over my pitch the next day. But the most unpleasant meeting was with management about But the most unpleasant meeting with management was about to come. A week later, I was accused of anti-Semitism on the basis of something I didn't even say. According to managers, someone had accused me of claiming that the elephant in the room was the rich Jewish lobby. CBC told The Breach that employees expressed concerns that what she said was discriminatory. The accusation was deeply painful because of my Jewish heritage and how my dad's life and consequence of my own was profoundly damaged by anti-Semitism. But I also knew I could prove that it was baseless. I had recorded what I had said, anxious that someone might twist my words into them, might twist my words that I had recorded what I had said, anxious that someone might twist my words to use them against me. What I had actually said verbatim was this: I just want to address the elephant in the room. The reasons why we're scared to allow Palestinian guests on to use the word genocide is because there's a very, very well-funded, there's lots of Israel lobbies, and every time we do this sort of interview, they will complain, and it's a headache. That's why we're not doing it. But that's not a good reason not to have these conversations. I stand by my statement. Honest Reporting Canada is billionaire funded. In December 2023, Honest reported, I really need to look up this thing, Honest Reporting. Honest Reporting bragged about having mobilized Canadians to send 50,000 letters to news outlets. The group has also published a litany of attacks on journalists at CBC and other publications who've done accurate reporting on Palestine and created email templates to make it easier for their followers to complain to publications about specific reporters. And that's, I would say a lot of this then is on the networks. If they're getting swamped with honest reporting, they should be able to just dismiss it as a campaign. Similar to what happened to Sam Seder when he lost his job at MSNBC because of a tweet from long ago, and the right wing using it to attack him and get him fired. Our media needs to wake up to this reality that these types of campaigns happen, and if they can't combat that, they shouldn't be in charge. It's their responsibility to protect their reporters from this kind of harassment as well. And if they just give in to honest reporting, then again, they're not being a news network, they're being a propaganda tool. Other similar pro-Israel groups like the Committee for Accuracy in the Middle East Reporting in America, CAMERA, and the Canary Mission employ similar tactics to try to silence journalists, academics, and activists who tell the truth about Israel-Palestine. I told the manager it was telling that instead of following up on the racist comment that I heard from colleagues about Palestinians, I was the one being accused of anti-Semitism and discrimination on the basis of words I hadn't even uttered. A banality of whitewashing war crimes. There's not too much more to go with this article. This is taking a lot longer than I was hoping. I still have so much to go over. I'll try to keep things going. So I should stop talking right now and get back to the article. When I handed in my resignation on November 30th, I felt relieved that I was no longer complicit in the manufacturing of consent for a genocidal war of revenge. Despite my experience, I still believed in the importance of national broadcaster to act in the public interest of reporting independently of both government and corporate interests, presenting the truth and offering a diverse range of perspectives. And this is what I believe the importance of a national broadcaster is. It'd just be nice if we actually had one that did that. However, I believe that CBC has not been fulfilling these duties when it comes to its coverage of Israel-Palestine. And the thing is that we see it so clearly with this one because we have all the footage, we have all the information, the knowledge, and the facts of what's happening over there. If they're doing it with this, and this is just so blatant, how can you trust anything else they cover? How do we not know that they're being this biased with other stories that they're doing? Like, they need complete transparency on everything now because, again, this one is just so blatant that everyone can see what they were doing. Even before this article came out, it was becoming very obvious because on social media, we see the truth. So if they're still doing it despite that, then how much of their reporting is biased? And we just don't know any difference because it's not out wide enough on social media for us to know what the actual truth is. When they do this for one story, it tarnishes their reputation with everything else. People at CBC need to get fired. and replaced. And a set standard needs to be put in place to make sure that it is a national broadcaster to act in the public interest. I believe that in future historians will examine the many ways that CBC and the rest of the mainstream media have all failed to report truthfully on this unfolding genocide, and is doing so likely accelerated their delegitimizing as trusted news sources. Yeah, a lot less people are trusting mainstream media. And to be fair, it's not just the CBC. Most mainstream media has been doing a piss poor job of covering this. Before resigning, I raised the issue of double standards with various levels of the CBC hierarchy. While some members of management pledged to take my concerns seriously, the overall response left me disappointed with the state of the public broadcaster. Sorry, just having a thought catch up to my brain. I see like Emma and Sam at the Majority Report get attacked a fair bit for their reporting on it, but they also get a lot of praise for their reporting. Because again, there's just so many people out there who have never seen the unbiased reporting of this. And so to suddenly see what is happening over there can be shocking to the point that they don't want to believe it's real. That this just came out of the blue for them. They don't know the history. They don't know about all the other attempts. They don't, like, how many people have said that it's in the Hamas charter that they want to do a genocide of Jewish people? Okay, that's not true. That's not in their current charter. And some people might say, well, it was at one point. And it's like, does that matter? Can't nations change? Tell that to Germany. Tell that to South Africa. Nations can change. But we have so many people that don't want to accept this reality because it is horrific. And they don't want to acknowledge that they have been supporting governments that are complicit in it. Complicit in even supporting it. It's a hard pill to swallow, but it needs to be done. We need to call out our governments. Like, I hope the ICC goes after people in my government for what they've done when it comes to this. It'd be nice if they went after people in my government for other things too, like, you know, the residential schools or something. After my appeal to my coworkers in mid-November, I had a phone conversation with sympathetic senior producer. He said he didn't think my words at the meeting would interfere with my chances of getting a permanent staff job I've dreamed of. Oh, I remembered getting that dream job. Had that dream job at TYT. Yeah. It's that's the thing about getting a dream job, is when you get it, it becomes reality. And when it becomes reality, you realize it's not a dream. Despite this assurance, I was certain that I wouldn't get it now. I knew I'd crossed the line for saying out loud what many at CBC were thinking but couldn't say openly. Indeed, I wouldn't have spoken out if I hadn't already decided to resign. As a kid, I had fantasies of shooting Hitler dead to stop the Holocaust. I couldn't fathom how most Germans went along with it. Then in my 20s, I was gifted a copy of Hanan's a book, a report on the banality of evil by anti-Zionist Israeli friends. I have been thinking a lot about that piece of reportage when trying to make sense of the liberal media's complicity of obfuscating the reality of what's happening in the Holy Land. As they theorize, those who go along with genocide aren't innately evil. They're often just boring careerists. To be sure, while there are a number of senior CBC journalists who are clearly committed to defending Israel no matter its actions, many journalists just follow the path of least resistance. The fact that permanent full-time CBC jobs are in such supply, combined with threats of looming cuts, only reinforces this problem. Guaranteed livable income. Just saying, would get rid of that problem in a heartbeat. I still hear from former colleagues that pitch meetings are uphill battles. Some shows are barely covering Gaza anymore. Being a journalist is a huge privilege and responsibility, especially in a time of war. Well, you can go independent. A lot of people have. Start a YouTube channel. They would probably have much more success than I have been having. You're curating the news for an audience, deciding which factors to include and which to omit, choosing whose perspectives to present and whose to ignore. I had that joke before. It's like mainstream media, the news we think, reporting to you the news we want you to know, is how I would put it. It's not the news you need to know, it's the news we want you to know. Had a little bit about that long time ago. I should try doing that character again sometime. Anyway, back to the article. I believe that a good journalist should be able to turn their critical eye not just on the news, but on their own reporting of the news. If you're unable to do this, you shouldn't be in the profession. I purposely haven't given away identifiable information about my former colleagues. Ultimately, this isn't about them or me. It's part of a much wider issue in newsrooms across the country and the Western world. And I believe it's a moral duty to shed light on it. If I didn't, I'd never forgive myself. Just as I'm not naming my colleagues, I'm writing this using a pseudonym. Although the spectrum of acceptable discourse continues to shift, the career consequences for whistleblowing on this issue remains formidable. I encourage fellow journalists who refuse to participate in the whitewashing of war crimes, especially those with security of staff jobs, to speak to like-minded coworkers about taking the collective action. Yeah, I remember seeing something along those lines. People who have, secure staff jobs at TYT maybe mentioning something about the transphobia going on there. That would have been nice. That feels like a lifetime ago. The people with job security within that network who stayed silent. It's very disappointing. Anyway, especially those with security of staff jobs, to speak to like-minded coworkers about taking collective action, to approach your union steward and representatives, to document instances of double standards in your newsroom and share them with other media workers. It was scary, but I have no regrets about speaking out. My only regret is that I didn't write this sooner. If you can, please go support The Breach. They're doing great work. I'm not done with this story, but I need a break. There's still a little bit more to go with this. I'm going to take a drink. I haven't eaten dinner yet either, and I am so hungry, but I have to cook food, which I'm bad at. So I didn't want to risk. This is how bad my cooking is. I didn't want to risk cooking the meal I'm planning in my head before stream because I was worried it would make me sick. So I can cook it afterwards, and if it makes me sick, it doesn't matter. That's how bad my cooking is. You see, no book, no recipe can fix that level of bad when it comes to cooking. Let's see if the scroller is working yet. No, it's not working. Oh, that's so annoying. Scroller is working fine. Here, see, I'm using the scroller thingy on my mouse, but when I go to check the comments on the YouTube, it's not scrolling up, and I have to use the little slider bar, and then if you don't hit it just right, it then highlights everything on the so annoying. It's funny how just the littlest things, especially if you're OCD and autistic and ADHD, just the littlest changes can drive you up the wall. Because it's not like it puts me out much, but it's enough to just make me want to throw the mouse out the window. Bow Clarity Carlton Martin. I love the necklace. It looks heavy unless you're very tiny. Oh, thank you. It's plastic, so it's not heavy. It's bulky, but it's not heavy. I have ones with glass stones and stuff in it, and with actual iron almost chain connecting them, and really pretty, but those ones are a bit heavy. This one, not heavy. BKK, poor Sam, but had it been picked up, we wouldn't have the Sam we have today. Talking about the pilot for Beat Cops, which I recommend after this. Everyone go and watch as a way to unwind. Um, it's on YouTube. It's funny for all the wrong reasons. But yeah, he used to do a bit when he was doing the Break Room Live. It's a YouTube channel that people can go check out. Really interesting, his life back when he was like 42 or something, just starting. So like the Majority Report wasn't even a thing at that point, and they were doing like the Break Room Live, and they had the segment of um Sam could have been someone, and they went over some of his old acting gigs, and yeah, had he been famous and stuff. But I get the feeling Sam's path would have eventually led him to where he is today still. Just given how he started to turn away from it, acting in the first place with 9/11 and the invasion into Iraq, and all that sort of stuff. And the fact that he went with Janine Garofalo to talk about that and made that a priority, I think eventually he would have wound up circling to where he is now, even if one of these TV series had um, picked up steam. That's just my opinion. That's my feeling. I don't know. I don't know him, so I don't know for sure. Um, Soul Life. Emma would still be at TYT or the Hill, though. Yeah, that's a hard one. Because I've definitely seen her grown and find her own voice far more on the Majority Report than when she was at TYT. And I think a lot of that also is just confidence. You know, she's gotten a bit older, she's become more practiced and a lot more confident. Um, like the Emma I see today, I don't think she would have put up with TYT with a lot of what they're doing right now had she still been there. So I don't think she would have stayed with TYT or with the Hill. She would have found another way, I think. Mm. But definitely now, she's a force to be reckoned with, that's for sure. Grand Theft Autobot. Yeah, I recently saw a CBC clip about tenants being terrible landlords, being upset and not. Yeah, I've watched a couple videos on that too. CBC is extraordinarily biased towards landlords. Um, so that's another area, but it's hard to get an expose on that story. I don't know if anyone would have any interest in me going over those CBC articles, videos about the poor landlords. I've covered that subject a fair bit, and it's something that will pop up again, no doubt. Germ, speaking of paying rent, I have to call my boss. Yeah, speaking of paying rent, mine is going to be going up. Of course, because landlords will raise it just because they can, not because they need to. Any help if you can become a patron, greatly appreciate it right about now. Still got a while before it kicks in, but that's the thing, you know. ODSP will go up. Sure, some years it doesn't. It doesn't even cover the cost of a rent increase. Soul Life. No, they suppress Cenk Uygur. You know, it is very ironic to see him in his current position on TYT, given his history with mainstream media. It's in their sad circle there. He's become the network he refused to work at before. Jar foreign journalists is also so important because Israel is delaying local journalists from reporting until after Western media, knowing most support Israel. Well, another thing, I probably should have mentioned this during, while I was reading the article, is that another thing that's scaring off a lot of people from covering this, especially, you know, on the ground and going and doing fact finding, is how much Israel is targeting journalists. Like, if you're a journalist in Gaza, in Israel, that's covering, you know, what's happening honestly, your life is in danger. Not just your life, but your family's life. Because Israel has targeted journalists and their families. More journalists have been killed in this conflict than all the others in the past 20 years combined or something. Like, it is an obscene number like that. Also, war crime. Just like when mainstream media is afraid to send in journalists to the Gaza Strip, but then still cater to the sensibilities of Zionists. It's like we're going to speak good of you, even though you would kill us if we were on the ground in Gaza covering it accurately. But we're still going to lick your boot. Grand Theft Autobot and right-wingers are the flakiest of snowflakes and complain drop of the hat. I had a bit of a rant at the beginning of this stream. Really funny. Just right-wingers' response to my video about the dangers of electing Pierre Poilievre as prime minister. Like, I would say they would melt down, but they weren't firm enough in the first place to melt down. Like, they were already melted. They were pre-melted. It was so funny. Got me lots of engagement on that video, though. Okay, I can't pay. I love going through the comments and trying to get to people, but I need to cut it a bit shorter, just so that I can get to so much more that I have planned to get to today. It's like I'm not doing a 5-hour stream. My dogs are goth. CBC had the earliest and progressive coverage of LGBTQIA plus issues, racism issues, etc. But I've seen them trying to both sides issues since conservatives tried to defund them. But this Palestinian coverage unforgivable. Oh, it wouldn't surprise me if they start getting in people saying, "Oh, you know, hormone blockers not necessarily a good thing." Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000. Sandy, read my mind. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. So, something I'm going to be trying to do is having less like TikTok type videos when I'm doing this. But Rachel Gilmore, she's an amazing independent journalist here in Canada, and she has a TikTok about this breach article. But it's also important because she also was confronted with this sort of biases in her reporting and couldn't stay where she was because, you know, reporting the truth is so dangerous type thing. So it's still, I feel it's important to watch this and support her. And it's just a couple minutes long, so let's get into it. A lot of this will just be repeating what we saw, but she does have a fair bit to add to the story.
A former CBC producer is breaking her silence about the double standards and discrimination she observed in the broadcaster's coverage of Palestine. She spoke out in a piece published by The Breach that everyone is reading right now, and you should too. In it, she alleges Palestinian guests were subjected to unheard levels of scrutiny, describes apparent retaliation in response to speaking out, painstaking efforts taken to avoid airing the word genocide, and even, quote, an alleged list of banned Palestinian guests as, quote, a number of pro-Israel producers were rumored to have drawn up their own list of guests to avoid. The allegations in this piece are significant enough that Canada's Special Representative on Combating Islamophobia, Amira El-Gawabi, requested a meeting with CBC President Catherine Tate because the piece, she said, was a, quote, extremely disturbing read that resurfaces serious questions about anti-Palestinian bias at Canada's public broadcaster.
And that is this tweet right here. So she read it in full, so I don't need to reread it. So this is Amira here at Canada's Special Representative Combating Islamophobia. So, yeah, that breach article was definitely raising alarm bells. When she's reading it saying, this is deeply disturbing and resurfaces serious questions.
The Breach has been doing incredible reporting on this issue, especially from its senior editor, Emma Paling, who reported that in response to complaints about its coverage, CBC said the killing of Palestinians doesn't merit using terms like murderous or brutal because, CBC argued, Israel carries out those killings remotely.
And that's this article here. I'm not going to read over this whole article for everyone because we just went through an entire article and there's still a couple articles that we're going to be going through. So please remind me and I will link this into the description box below along with the other breach article so that people can reread it, share it, read this one. This one came out January 5th. So this is before the expose article about CBC. So like I said, a lot of people already knew this was happening within the CBC. It just wasn't until this expose that we have like an actual whistleblower talking about it. So yeah, CBC killings don't merit murderous and brutal. In response to complaints about its coverage, CBC says Israeli state violence is different than Hamas's violence because killing of Palestinians happened remotely. And that was also mentioned in the article. So I will link this in the description box below for people.
Paling also reported that CTV, which also runs CB24 and BNN Bloomberg, directed journalists not to use the word Palestine and cultivated a culture of fear, suppressing critical coverage of Israel's war on Gaza.
And this is one of the problems we have with our media empires is that they're all owned by the same people. Like there's a few groups of people, some are right-wing, some are kind of centrist establishment status quo. But it's the same problem down in the States where you have a few people that own all these different news networks. And so you think when you're reading something from CTV News versus Global News versus CP24, that you're getting different takes, different biases and stuff, when it's often all of the same things. And if you look at the articles, one thing to look out for, we'll get to this one later, is you look here. This will tell you if it's a Canadian press article, because a lot of them just pull. Like, I was looking for information on a certain story, and so I was like copying and pasting actual print from the article, and all these other articles from all these other networks popped up because they were all using the same article from the Canadian press. So we sometimes think we have diverse news and ranging things and all that sort of stuff. We don't, not in mainstream media. And I covered this more back when I was doing the video essays with certain stories because of just how frustrating coverage was and trying to find out opposing views and getting information. But it's important for Canadians to know that our news is not that much different than the United States when it comes to monopolies of ownership.
Sounds familiar. When I worked for a major national news outlet, I tweeted this, which you can pause to read. And
Oops, I didn't pause fast enough. There we go. So she had tweeted out in response to Sanad Saeed. Last year, over 200 of us wrote signed letters called on our industry to start doing its job to report accurately, fairly, justly on Israeli occupation. Almost exactly a year later, we see how little, unsurprising, has changed. And so Rachel quote tweeted that, saying Canada also needs to reckon with how we report and discuss Israeli-Palestine conflict. It's a disservice to everyone affected when we fail to acknowledge major atrocities and systemic discrimination against Palestinians. And this was back in May 13th, 2022. So this was quite a long time ago that Rachel was, reporting on the right side of this issue. Our job is to afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted. Yeah, our job is to afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted. When it comes to talking about Israel and Palestine, we sometimes seem to forget that balance. So again, down here, it says that this is from May 13th, 2022. And the quote tweet is also from May 13th, 2022. It's like exactly 2 years ago almost. So as you can see, Rachel does phenomenal work, has been on the right side of this issue for years. Oops.
And I got a message from management telling me that tweet was biased. My work also refused to publish a story I worked painstakingly to report on Shireen Abu Akleh being killed by the IDF, in which I spoke to 4 people who knew her, including the cameraman who filmed her murder. In the email informing me the story didn't meet the standards for publication, I was told there was essentially only 1 person interviewed for the story when there were 4, and the word melodramatic was used. After my layoff, I reported it independently, and you guys sure seem to think that it was a story worth telling. Saying this stuff is terrifying, but the only way to fix our journalistic failings is to talk about them. And to quote the CBC producer who spoke out, if journalists in Gaza were sacrificing their lives to tell the truth, I should at least be prepared to take some risks. What do you think of all this?
Yeah, so go follow her on all of her social medias and everything. So that's not it. There's still another component to this story. This ruffled some feathers at CBC. There's a news editor blog in response to this. I haven't read it yet. We're going to find out what it says together. It's absolutely like this. This tells you the power of accurate and good journalism. When another news network feels like they actually have to respond to a call out, and not because, they're being harassed or what's the word? You know, it's not like Fox News saying, oh, we're being attacked by politicians. It is another news network with a whistleblower calling them out to the point where they're like, we should probably say something to this because it looks kind of bad. So we're going to find out what CBC actually says about this. So, news editor's blog, uncovering one of the most divisive stories in years. I knew that word. It's going to be a long night. Uncovering one of the most divisive stories in years. No one story or interview will capture the complexity of the Israel-Hamas war. No, so that's why you should have multiple ones, stories and interviews from multiple perspectives covering this. Sorry, I don't normally read this part of it, but I'm kind of curious. A control room at the Canadian Broadcasting Centre in Toronto. Newsrooms around the world have struggled with how to fairly and accurately cover the divisive Israel-Hamas war. No, I don't think they've been struggling. You know, reporters, journalists have been struggling on how to cover it only because the networks have been threatening to, you know, can them should they actually speak out. Yeah, it's pretty bad when the editor's blog is being used to be like, yeah, so that other article over there, well, this is our side of it. Funny how they want, you know, both sides to be expressed equally when it comes to this, but not with the other thing. We use this editor's blog to explain our journalism and what's happening at CBC News. You can find more blogs here. No, thank you. I was disappointed to read the account of a former employee published in The Breach who claimed CBC News coverage of Israel-Hamas war has whitewashed Israel's actions in Gaza. I bet you were disappointed to read that. First, its broad conclusions are not true, but that other person said they had receipts. And also, again, everyone who's aware of the news and can read can tell you've been biased on this. You didn't need an expose article for that. We don't whitewash or censor our journalism. Bullshit. Completely biased coverage. The CBC. I continue to point people to archive of our coverage since October 7th that puts the lie to generalizations about our bias, missing perspectives, and censorship. Please look and judge yourself. Wait, why do we have to put the work into actually doing this? That's your job. We don't, you could put like a list of the articles and say, this is who was here, this is what. Why are you asking us to put in the work to see if you're an honest news network? That's not the responsibility of the readers here. To please look and judge for yourself. Oh. It's your responsibility to report to us, not our responsibility to do an investigation into you. The CBC provided the Breach with comprehensive reply to questions about specific events that happened months ago, but we are prevented from discussing the details here because of rules around employee confidentiality. Sure. That said, there's no doubt some CBC journalists will see this account moments that ring true to their own experience, moments where we have not lived up to the values of inclusivity, times when we have stumbled, when we were too careful or not careful enough. That sounds like an answer to like a job interview question. Where clumsy words or interpretation of principles or a loud voice at a story meeting led them to feel and continue to feel marginalized and isolated and alone. This is like a, did they just take this off of a PowerPoint slide from an inclusivity, a sensitivity training seminar. Like, that's what this sounds like. That's just right off of a PowerPoint slide from a sensitivity training. Yeah. It's like, okay, so when you've been called out for doing something wrong, you need to step back and say and acknowledge that we have stumbled and that sometimes, you're too careful or you're not careful enough. And acknowledge again that you could be clumsy with words and that interpretation of principles um, might not get around, or, somebody being very vocal at the meeting can cause others to have an emotional reaction to that they'll internalize and make them feel marginalized and isolated and alone. And it's important that as a business that you acknowledge this and say, not us, we're the good ones, and we see you. Yeah, no, we will not say anything else because of employee confidentiality. Among the systemic, and yes, I'm being extraordinarily biased in my interpretation of this and one-sided because fuck the CBC. Again, we've known this has been going on for a long, long time. Anyone who's really plugged into the news. And it's not, and it's bad enough when it is landlords and it's just constant coverage of the poor landlords and they might have a teeny tiny story every now and then about tenants being forced out onto the streets and stuff of that sort. But to do this for a fucking genocide that we can see with our eyes. I'm sorry, I have no sympathy for this corporation and they can go to hell. And yes, I am going to continue to read this in a very biased, one-sided way because they don't deserve what's the word? My consideration. They don't deserve it. Among the systemic issues we are currently addressing, newsroom culture is a challenge we are seized with at the CBC, one we are continually working to improve. Again, this is just from a slide from a PowerPoint in a sensitivity training workshop. That's all this is. To be clear, we are... Wow, this really is just a PowerPoint display here. To be clear, we are micros... I know the word. I know it. It's just, I've been talking a lot, reading a lot. I know the word. Micro is of the world. I know the word. I do. Anyway, we are just a small reflection of the world we're covering and the public we serve. And this is one of the most divisive stories we've covered in years. How many of us have friends or family pulled apart by this story? How many... That has literally been happening to the people in Gaza. Friends and families pulled apart. How many of us have felt anger or sadness when talking to someone who is ignorant of the story's history and complexities? Well, if only we had a national broadcaster that had been, honestly reporting on this for the past however long this corporation has existed. Complaints about coverage come from both sides, but they only ever listen to one. They only ever take action to one side. We've received hundreds of public complaints through our Ombudsman and Standards Office about our reporting on this conflict since October 7th. About 55% of complaints through CBC was unfair to Israel, and about 45% through the CBC was unfair to Palestinians. Prove it. Sorry, I can't take your word on this one. Can't. Prove it. Show me the numbers. Show me the stats. We have been told that we are not going hard enough on the human catastrophe unfolding in Gaza and beyond. Not going hard enough. You're just not being accurate. That's all. Some fear we are minimizing the destruction of people and the deaths of thousands. You did it. You did it right there. Right there. You're missing a word. Well, 2 words. You're missing. You did it right in this fucking article, CBC. Some fear we are minimizing the destruction of a people and the deaths of tens of thousands. You're missing the tens of. And the deaths of tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians trapped within the borders. They can't leave. You did it in this fucking article. You minimized it in the exact sentence. Wow. They worry we are trying too hard to balance with Israel's perspective. This is a fucking job interview. Oh, what's your weakness? We work too hard. They worry we are trying too hard to balance with Israeli perspectives on reporting on a fight in which they see no balance. There is no balance to it. Israel has all the power. They have all the weapons, all the support, all the military, all the personnel. Like, come on. There is no balance there. And we hear from people who feel we are not going hard enough on the disturbing rise of anti-Semitism. Already been over that a bunch of times. Real anti-Semitism, bad. That's not all that's contributing to the rise. A lot of it is just, oh no, from the river to the sea, Palestine must be free. Oh no, that counts as anti-Semitism. And what they deem as anti-Semitism disguised as criticisms of Israel. Right there. They believe our coverage moved on far too quickly from the horrors of October 7th. Well, considering it so comes up in every single goddamn article, I don't think so. Nobody has forgotten about October 7th. Nobody has been allowed to forget about October 7th. Every time you go on a show, you're still asked to condemn October 7th. That's not quickly from the horrors of October 7th. How about to the horrors of what's happening in Gaza? Can you say that? The horrors of the deaths of tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians? And how horrific that is. I'm getting really snarky now, aren't I? That we give airtime to anti-Israel members of the Jewish community who don't represent the majority, and that there is not enough journalism on Israel's efforts to defend itself. In every goddamn Israel has a right to defend itself. Go ask Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He can't go 3 sentences about talking about Israel without saying that. Nobody is worried about that. Nobody except for Zionists is worried about that. There's not anti-Israel people getting tons of airtime anywhere. You know, I would imagine the majority of the Jewish community don't actually support a genocide. I'm just, spitballing there. I don't believe that, because Jewish and Zionism are not the same thing. And there are Jewish people who are not Zionists, and there are Zionists who are not Jewish. And yeah, there's plenty of journalism on Israel's right to defend itself. That's not a missing piece here. No one story or interview will capture the totality of the ongoing events in the Middle East, and that's never our aim. Rather, we will be judged on a body of work over time. We're judging you on your body of work. I believe that body of work speaks for itself and demonstrates our values of independence, impartiality, accuracy, and balance. Well, you see, if you can't even honestly say that, then no, you're no good at analysis if this is what you're saying, because if you're saying this demonstrates your values, then your values are very biased, not independent, not impartial. Accuracy, again, I don't think they flat out lie, but they will allow people on who lie and then not correct them. So, I don't know. I'm also dismayed at the prospect that one article could undermine the work of so many CBC news journalists who have worked very hard to get it right, to tell this challenging story over time with the nuanced perspectives and contradictions inherent in it. I really hope now other people from the CBC start speaking up and supporting this whistleblower. There needs to be others within the network standing up right now. We have dedicated more effort, resources, money into covering this story across all of our platforms than any other news organization in Canada. That's entirely possible, actually. But how accurate that is, like, yeah, resources and money, I can see that. That said, our coverage of this story will never be able to satisfy everyone's expectations because the story itself is so personal and divisive. You really love using this word in here. Was that on your word-a-day calendar? Divisive before you wrote this? Could you not just, do a thesaurus word in Word check? I do that all the time. That's why at the heart of everything we do are so horrible. Never put R and R together in a sentence. That's just my personal thing. That's why at the heart of everything we do are our journalistic standards and practices. Those are just two lousy words to have together, that's all. It's English. It's tutoring English to refugee, trying to explain the difference between A-R-E and O-U-R, even though they sound the exact same. Anyway, they help guide us so that we are consistent as possible in our journalism, despite the emotions and biases we all bring to the workplace. They admitted they bring biases to the workplace there. And they are consistent in their biases. And you, the public we serve, can and should hold us accountable to those standards. Done. I'm doing it. Holding you accountable. CBC's Independent Ombudsman Office conveys your thoughtful feedback and criticism to us, and we are committed to addressing every concern through the lens of accuracy, fairness, and we continue to strive for stronger journalism. I need to click on this link. View mandate. That's a mandate. Is there a way of contacting them? Back to the article, because it kind of made it sound like, yeah, conveys your thought. It makes it sound like there's a way of contacting them here. I'm not saying you should, but maybe. Huh. Oh, they have an inbox from March 2024. There must be a way. I am not a robot. I am not subscribing to your alerts. I'm just saying there might be a way to contact. Oh, make a complaint right there. After this show, please check the description box below. Just saying, this might be available for people to talk to the ombudsman. Looks into complaints related to the following. News, current affairs, public affairs, radio, television, news content, and sports. Stories, current issues of public controversy produced outside of CBC News. Comments that appear on our website, scheduling, advertising. Yep. Nope. I think everyone here. This will be in the description box below after this live stream. And just a little bit of fun. The CBC PitchBot is on Twitter, and they've been there for a long, long time because, like I said, a lot of people have seen the ridiculousness in the CBC, and sometimes they do this thing where they send out a tweet and it's supposed to be satire, and this is CBC PitchBot on May 8th saying Canada says they will materially oppose Israel's Rafah invasion by sending a strongly worded letter with the next arms shipment to Israeli army. And they quote tweeted that with this from May 17th. Israel must comply with international law in Gaza and address the devastating humanitarian crisis there, a group of Western nations wrote in a letter to the Israeli government seen by Reuters on Friday. All countries belonging to the G7, apart from the U.S., signed the letter. The CBC PitchBot has run into this problem where they are trying to be satire. They are trying to joke only for it to be prophetic. It's like, no, we did that as a joke, not as, a suggestion. And just another one from them, from the CBC PitchBot. Yes, we've systemically silenced Palestinian voices in our newsrooms, killed stories, and have blacklist of prominent Palestinians we deem too accurate to air on TV. But have you considered that many Zionists have called us to whine about our coverage? Yeah. Okay. That is it for that story. Yeah. Very important, though, I think, for more people to learn to take a critical look at mainstream media, the information we're getting, and then, just to think back and understand that there might be other stories that you will one day learn the truth about that at first you might be reluctant to believe because it sounds so shocking or it seems so out of place or you never heard of it before. But understand that it's probably always been like that, but you've just never been given the accurate portrayal, the accurate history, the accurate of both sides of what was happening. You've only ever heard one biased side of a story. And this is where a lot of Canadians kind of get tripped up when they start learning about the history of this country. Because all their lives they were taught this maple washed version of this country, and they have pride in that maple washed version of this country. And it actually becomes part of their identity. And so when they start learning about the history, the actual history of this country, they have an identity crisis. And a lot of people don't want to deal with that. They don't want to confront that. So it's much easier to, refuse to acknowledge the reality, to just say the other side is lying, that this is all made up, that this just came out of the blue, this wasn't here before. It's always been there. We've just haven't been seeing that side of the story before. Because Canada has a very bloody history, and it continues to this day. And I would hazard to guess most Canadians don't know the country they're living in. They don't know what's really going on in a lot of instances. Okay. Let's check the Sandbox, and then I'll try to zip through a couple things. I'm just looking at some things, like I still have a lot to cover, and it's, oh my God, I've already been at this for 3 hours. Okay, I'm going to have to cut some of this out of my docket and save it for Wednesday with Bam. Might have to do another show this week. I don't want to be doing this many shows right now because I still haven't even chopped up the other shows to put into segments, and there's still so much work that needs to be done and everything. And for part of last week, I just shut down too because of everything that had happened earlier, and I just kind of hit a point where I couldn't function and just had to watch Star Trek Picard season 2 and 3, which I hadn't seen before because I couldn't focus on anything. I needed an escape, so I have to be careful not to burn myself out, but there's just so much to go over. Like Ontario's sexual assault bill being quashed by the Ford government. It's in the notes about the wildfire, so I'll get to that. It's in the notes about viruses, so I'll get to that. But there's also the funny story from Shoppers Drug Mart, so I can get to that. I don't know. I'll see how fast I can get through this. Let's put it that way. So I'll spend a little bit of time in the sandbox, and then we'll get back to this. Afrophonics, get it in my mouth, chomp chomp, out of context. I'm going places with that phrase. We got some wows. Bad Lefty, Rachel is a goddess. She is amazing. Everyone should go follow her work. So Life, the US called the ICC warrant invalid. Shocker. Yeah, they've done that before. Where it doesn't matter. The ICC could go after the United States and they'll just be like, nah. And there's not really much anything anyone can do about it either. Because no one country should have that much power. Shemegli is in the sandbox. I still want to call you Shemegli. I kind of like Shemegli, but been told it's Shemegli, so I will go with Shemegli. Looney Tunes 9000. Yes, Sandy. Bad Lefty. Get him, Sandy. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah. Oh, is somebody trying to tell me how to pronounce a word that I know how to pronounce? I just can't do it right now. Yeah, it happens. Just brain fogs sometimes around certain words. And if I'm scripting something out, I can go to Google to hear the word over and over again. But it's an autistic thing. It just happens from time to time. Because there was another word in another video that I did, and then afterwards, like the next day, I could say the word fine, but in the actual video, uh-uh. Bad Lefty, I want to put his face in his lap. Again, out of context, I'm going places with that. People talking about what they're going to be making. Well, I know what I'm going to be making. I have like a big piece of ham, and I'm just going to cook it until it's crunchy, and some instant rice. I always overcook my meat. It's a thing. I have to. It's a matter of trying to find that space between overcooking it and it's good to overcooking it and it makes me sick. But I always eat my meat overcooked. It's a thing. I can't handle raw meat or meat that's pink, meat that I think might not be cooked well enough. It freaks me out. It just freaks me out. So like rare meat, all that sort of stuff. So I tend to overcook it, but sometimes I overcook it to the point it makes me sick. And the rice should be fine. It's instant rice, just water and rice. I only occasionally screw that up. Grand Theft Autobot was trying to help. Sorry. Sorry, I'm teasing with you guys. Like, I know what you're trying to do. Nothing wrong with it. Trying to help me pronounce a word. It's just, it's an autistic thing. Sometimes I just will not be able to pronounce a certain word. Even though it is something that I can otherwise pronounce. I would have to hear it, like audibly hear it. I can't, like, seeing it phonically doesn't necessarily help because English is messed up. But no worries about it. Looney Tunes 9000. Remember, after the show, go on over to Letter Hack. Yeah, I'm hoping to be done soon. That's the goal. Okay, let's just get on with it. So today, in learning about who your elected officials are, Nikki Ashton, again, an NDP MP who is really worth following. She covers a lot of things that a lot of the other MPs in general don't talk about. And she brings attention to a lot of good things. So it's always important to, you know, get to know your politicians. So here's Nikki Ashton. Oops. The far right is clearly anti-Semitic and Islamophobic. The Heritage Committee was supposed to study the rise of far right, but conservatives refused to bring the study to a vote. Shocking. Not shocking. If conservatives really care about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, they'd vote for the study. So this isn't very long, so let's just listen to what she has to say.
I think it's pretty clear we're witnessing a filibuster on a motion to study the rise of the far right. The far right is clearly anti-Semitic. It is clearly Islamophobic. This is exactly...
It's nice to hear a politician actually say that. Like, call out the right. Like, really just say they're a racist bunch of assholes. That's what we need more of.
Exactly what we want to look into. So I don't understand why the conservatives are wasting our time and why we don't get to vote on this motion. If they believe that they want to look into anti-Semitism, then let's see them vote for this motion and let's cut this filibuster. We're wasting the witnesses' time. We're wasting all of our time.
This is not a point of order. This is not a point of order.
Madam Chair, this is not a point of order.
I'm the chair. I will rule on whether it's a point of order or not.
We all know what's on the docket. We're talking about 4 sessions for a scourge that we're seeing across the country, the rise of the far right. I just don't understand why the conservatives have such a problem with spending 4 sessions to look into the rise of the far right.
Because that's their entire base. That's their base right now, is the far right. They can't win an election without them.
When will they stop filibustering and let's get to a vote? Yes. I think it's pretty clear we're witnessing.
So, just that quickly from Nikki Ashton that I wanted to cover. So the next one, let's put I should have thought about this sooner. See. I hate trying to figure out how to title things in the moment, or just just leave it at that, I guess. So this popped up in the news. You're all cowards. Ford government quashes debate on sexual assault justice bill. Because of course.
Delays in the justice system were top of mind today at Queen's Park.
Survivors of violent crime and the opposition are calling on the government to do more to prevent charges from being dropped because of delays. CTV's Queen's Park Bureau Chief Siobhan Morris joins us live with more. Siobhan.
Well, there was anger and tears from 2 women today at Queen's Park. They're calling on the government to stop making excuses and to make real change so that more people don't find themselves in the same place they are.
I am a survivor of domestic violence and a victim of the Canadian justice system.
Kate Alexander's ex allegedly tried to kill her, but she never got a chance at justice. The case thrown out because it couldn't be heard within a time limit set by the charter.
I was told my attempted murder is not a priority. And despite having a new billion-dollar courthouse, the government has not allocated the funds to staff it properly.
A new courthouse in downtown Toronto, where the trial of the man who Emily Ager says sexually assaulted her was scheduled last July. After 2 days, unable to go ahead because there wasn't a staffed courtroom.
I testified and was cross-examined, and then the judge said that he wanted to hear the rest of the trial out, but the next available dates were in November.
Beyond the deadline for the case to be heard, the charges against Ager's alleged attacker stayed.
Enough is enough. Stop the excuses and make real change.
The opposition is urging the Attorney General to put his money where his mouth is.
Tough on crime rhetoric from the government means absolutely nothing if the courts are understaffed and cases are tossed out.
Doug Downey insists the government has invested more, hired more.
Be it Crown prosecutors, victim witness assistants, court employees, court staff, bail vetters. Mr. Speaker, it is incredible the amount of resources this government is putting into the system.
But Ager and Alexander know their stories are not unique.
There are other victims of this broken legal system who, like us, will live with this pain forever.
The Premier was asked about court delays at a news conference in Ottawa this morning. He repeated that more money is being invested into the court system, but he also talked about overload because of more auto theft cases. Reporting live from Queen's Park, I'm Siobhan Morris. Michelle, back to you.
Don't auto. There we go. Yeah, cases about sexual assault have to be put on the sideline because auto theft. So Ontario New Democrats are accusing the government of arrogance, hubris, and disdain for women after Progressive Conservatives shut down a debate to take place tomorrow on a bill aimed at improving transparency around sexual assault cases. The private member's bill from Waterloo MPP Catherine Fife was to be debated Wednesday afternoon with more than 100 survivors and advocates expected in attendance at Queen's Park in Toronto. You know, the Doug Ford government, horrendous in so many ways. But my God, to shut this bill down, just so horrendous. Like, this is something that needs to be taken care of. You know, people shouldn't watch their attackers get out of jail, go free, because the trial was stayed because it was taking too long to get to. In a move that blindsided the opposition, PCs voted Tuesday to send Lydia's Law to committee without debate. NDP MPPs shouted shame and cowards as the government MPPs stood to vote. It's shocking, actually, that they would have such disdain for women, Fife told reporters through tears. Bill 189 draws on recommendations from Ontario's Auditor General in 2019. It calls on the Attorney General to report each year on the number of criminal cases that have been held up for more than 8 months, analyze the reasons for the delay, and address them. Fife says 1,119 sexual assault cases were thrown out in 2023 and 1,326 the year before. All because they couldn't get to them soon enough. Attackers, predators, free to go about their lives because the courts are backed up. This is a broken justice system that fails women and girls every single day, and Lydia's Law would have held the minister, the Attorney General, to account, she said. And this is Catherine Fife talking here. And so she's the MP for Waterloo. NDP MP for Waterloo.
It's shocking, actually, that they would have such disdain for women. You know, 1,326 sexual assault cases got thrown out of court. So justice was not served to those women. In 2023, 1,119 cases got thrown out. This is a broken justice system that fails women and girls every single day. And Lydia's Law would have held the minister, the Attorney General, to account.
There are a number of different items within this particular bill that I suspect will be part of the final report into the intimate partner violence study that they are doing. If they recommend it back to us, then it comes back into the House. That is how legislation works. Committee deals with it, it comes back to the House. I think, as I said, there's a lot of good pieces within this bill that we expedited to committee that should be part of that study.
So, absolutely disgusting behavior from the Conservatives. A little bit more on this. So this is from, again, MPP Catherine Fife. Lydia's Law was set to be debated this afternoon. PCs dispensed the bill to committee without notice or discussion. Survivors of sexual assault deserve to be heard in the courts and the legislature.
Speaker, women have been silenced.
This is Merritt Stiles. She is the current leader of the Ontario NDP.
Silenced in the courts, and yesterday women were silenced in this House. The MPP for Waterloo tabled Lydia's Law, which would have helped increase accountability and transparency in the handling of sexual assault cases in Ontario. The government shut it down. Hundreds of survivors and advocates and crisis support workers were expecting a chance to get answers on why this government has allowed so many sexual assault cases to be dismissed before trial.
Something that this government also did was, in my area, there was a sexual assault emergency response center. Places that people could go after an assault to get all the help, counseling, guidance that they need, and the government cut funding to that. The Ontario Conservative government cut funding to that program, so they had to close.
More than 1,300 cases of sexual assault in 2022 alone never saw a trial because the court system is so deeply underfunded and overwhelmed. Those are not just numbers, Speaker, these are survivors.
And yet it's the Conservatives that don't want people out on bail either. You know, they want it overpacked. They want it stuffed. They don't want it to work so that they can come in and be more authoritarian.
Survivors who are not going to get a shot at justice. So to the Premier, why are you silencing survivors of sexual assault who deserve justice from our legal system?
Thank you. The House Leader knows full well that if the government was going to vote for that bill, it would have ended up in Justice Committee anyway. Months ago, Speaker, a young woman named Lydia and her mother came to me and they shared their experience of navigating Ontario's broken justice system. It took Lydia 2 years to get justice. She told me that she did not want any other survivor to go through what she went through and asked what I could do to help. I learned through stakeholder consultations just how broken and underfunded and re-traumatizing the justice system is for survivors. Lydia's story represents the story of so many survivors in Ontario. Speaker, sexual violence disproportionately impacts women, girls, and gender-diverse people. To the Attorney General, you have silenced survivors in the court system, and now you are silencing female voices in the legislature. What are you hiding from? Debate in this House is a key part of our democracy. Lydia wanted the debate to happen. She wanted to hear from the government. She wanted to... Debate in this House is a key part of our democracy. Lydia wanted the debate to happen. She wanted to hear from the government. She wanted to hear from us, and she deserved to be heard. Speaker, if this government won't listen to me, maybe they'll listen to Lydia's mother. She said, and I quote, "The most difficult thing a parent can ever experience is watching your child suffer. Throughout the over 2-year court process for this trial, my daughter's mental health suffered immensely due to court backlogs. With every delay, every setback in court, my daughter's mental health deteriorated. She was re-victimized. She was traumatized over the course of those 2 years, in which during this period of time, the accused, who was found guilty of all charges, was free to live his life. But not Lydia. To the Attorney General, why are you attempting to silence voices like these and trying to prevent them from getting the justice that they deserve in this legislature, in this province?
No wonder why victims of sexual assault don't come forward. Like, to go through all of that and then just to have your attacker go off free because the courts were backed up. Not even a trial. And T-Dot resident Doug Ford is so partisan he wouldn't even work with the NDP and other parties to get this legislation passed. Shameful. Survivors of sexual assault have not been given their day in court, and now the Ford government has taken away their day in the legislature too. It's just music. So this says, the Ontario NDP introduced a bill to help survivors of sexual assault seek justice. We called it Lydia's Law after a young woman named Lydia came to MPP Catherine Fife for support. But on May 14th, 2024, the government prevented the bill from being debated or voted on. 1,326 sexual assault cases got thrown out of court. Every single. That fails women and girls every single day. They've silenced women. And they've silenced. They silence women in our court system, and they silence women in our legislature. We have seen them play this game before. They use this as a way to hide the issue. It's the hubris and arrogance of trying to shut down issues that matter. Not to them, but to so many women.
So many women across this province. They are shutting down a female legislator again in this place, and we have seen it far too often. So, outrageous behavior on the part of this government. A very bad day for Ontario.
Doug Ford's misogyny has been on display plenty of times. I've covered it on my channel. He's a horrible person, and yet he got reelected into office because only 18% of possible voters came out. Can you expect anything different when you have a misogynist asshole as leader of the province to put such a low priority on this that it doesn't even get, voted on? That thousands of victims will not even see their day in court because of this. Absolutely disgusting. Like, this is conservatives in this country, and this is why, as much as I dislike Justin Trudeau, getting Pierre Poilievre is far, far worse. Because then you can expect seeing this type of disdain for women at a federal level as well. We need to kick conservatives out of power for the sake of everyone in the province, in the country. They don't help, they harm. They actively harm people. And it needs to stop. We need a better system. Okay. Quickly check the Sandbox, and then we'll get on to the next story. I'm trying to go through this fast. Yes, I want everyone to be able to get over to the letter hack. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Matt. I'm taking forever. Same thing on next Wednesday. Preemptive story for Wednesday. Grand Theft Autobot, down with fucking Ford. Oh, down with Doug fucking Ford. There we go. My dogs are goth. This is going to sound awful, but wasn't that long ago you couldn't even get a police report written up. Sometimes sexism runs so deep. In my area, yeah, a lot of cases were just labeled as unfounded by the police. And so they were never investigated, they were never taken seriously, and they had to do a complete overhaul in this system, in this area about that, because of how bad and how high that statistic was here. Bad lefty, yes. In the last provincial election, only 18% of possible voters voted for Doug Ford. And the reason why he got in with that was because a ridiculously low turnout. Only like, it was the lowest turnout in Ontario history. Like, I think it was only like 28%, 29%. And because of that, he got in with only 18% of possible voters. It's, yeah. Wanted to go over a bit about forest fires going out of control already in Canada. Massive out of control wildfire near Fling Flong moves towards Cranberry Portage, forces evacuations, residents on watch as fire grows to more than 35,000 hectares in size. Another large blaze burns nearby. I don't need to go through all of this, this article. People can look it up if you want. There's lots of articles about it right now, about fires in general that are already happening here in Canada. Let's see. Yeah, you get images like this all over the place. And again, Nikki Ashton, she's on top of this one, talking about it already. It's the footage of what's happening. And again, these are very remote communities. So it's very hard to evacuate people when all you have is like a single road. When, you know, some people actually need to be flown out, and they're not big airports. They're like tiny little airports. But like, just imagine the horror of having to drive through that, leaving your house behind and everything you know, your community. We've already had so many deadly fires in this country, and it's only getting worse. So from Nikki Ashton, wildfires have impacted internet and self-service in Flin Flon, as MPM calling on immediate restoration of internet and cell service for that area. Yeah, they cut cell and internet service to these areas. Bell does. So here we have Ashton has been in direct contact with constituents about disruption of vital telecommunication services impacting both internet services in Flin Flon and surrounding areas due to the damage caused by fiber optic cables' ongoing wildfires. Ashton says she has been advised that Starlink satellites are being temporarily used to connect healthcare facilities and other offices to internet at this time. We need Bell, MTS, and the federal government to have jurisdiction over telecommunications to work with Flin Flon and the province to put a backup plan in place now and restore full services as soon as possible. Like, just imagine trying to go through that and you don't have cell service, you don't have the internet. How are you supposed to get the warnings? How are you supposed to contact loved ones and let them know, or know what's happening, or know where to go? It's absolutely ridiculous. And again, we're in remote communities, so it's hard to get the firefighters out there in the first place. It's hard to get people out to repair these lines. We need something in place so these types of catastrophes don't happen. It's only going to get worse, and we'll get into a little bit of that. Just a little bit more from here. What has happened just shows how vulnerable critical infrastructure can be in emergency situation. It also points to how important critical infrastructure emergency response planning is with climate change. All levels of government need to ensure plans are in place to ensure if critical infrastructure goes down that there are immediate backups in place. But then we have the provincial governments run by conservative governments. And I already mentioned that about $300 million less in funding for firefighting, emergency firefighting, is happening in Ontario this year. Well, Alberta is still not fully staffed. That's super tiny. Let's make that bigger. And this is from AUPE, which is Alberta's largest union with more than 95,000 members. So Alberta is still not fully staffed. So Edmonton today, the Alberta government admitted that the province will not be fully staffed to fight wildland fires for at least another 3 weeks, something the Alberta Union of Provincial Employees says is proof the government ignored warnings from its frontline firefighters. Albertans have already been forced to flee their homes in the Peace River District and at the Cold Lake First Nation, says AUPE Vice President James. All 260 inmates at the Peace River Correctional Center have been evacuated to an entirely different facility. We've had entire communities burned down. It is a crime right now for these provinces not to be fully staffed, not to have more funding, not to take climate change into account. They are responsible for the deaths of communities and people in them. We need politicians and leaders in charge that actually take the threat of climate change seriously, because it doesn't matter if you don't believe in climate change, it's still going to affect you. And we have so many politicians that just don't give a damn, because, you know, it upsets some of their base that, you know, climate change is real and is hurting people. And of course, there's always conspiracy theories. Always. So, Canadian man who claimed wildfires were a federal conspiracy admits arson. Pretty early on in fire seasons now, they'll, instead of, you know, the Jewish space lasers, they just say it's the Justin Trudeau Liberal government that is purposely setting these fires. Because, of course, it can't be something as simple as climate change, you know, droughts and then any sort of spark will ignite massive fires, but they can't accept that. It must be a conspiracy. The country saw record-breaking blazes during the summer, and Brian pleaded guilty to lighting more than a dozen fires. Like, you can't. Doing this, especially in remote areas, the amount of wildlife that gets killed, communities, people, this is murder. I mean, it's first-degree murder when you do this. A Canadian man who claimed forest fires were the result of government conspiracies has pleaded guilty to lighting more than a dozen blazes during the country's record-breaking wildfire season, as nearly 100 fires persist in drought-stricken regions. And so this is from January of this year. I'm not going to read the whole article. I think people pretty much get the gist of what's in there. So in just January, you have somebody who is saying it's conspiracies, then admitting it's arson. It's not good enough. Because then you still have people saying, Trudeau couldn't wait till the snow had barely melted to start lighting fires. Smoke rolled into Calgary tonight. These fuckers are sick humans. So you still have people saying that it's Justin Trudeau lighting these fires. Like, what, is he personally going around with a pack of matches? And of course, this one has readers added context. The smoke currently blanketing much of Alberta and Saskatchewan is coming from a fire in northern BC. The cause was tree branches falling on power lines during a storm. It's not a conspiracy, it's climate change. That's all it is. And more needs to be done from our government. More needs to be done to push back against these conspiracy theorists. But the conservative governments don't do it because, again, that's their base. They don't want to tell their base they're wrong, that it's conspiracy nonsense, because then that might risk these conspiratorial morons turning on them. to then say, well, then you're not the real, right? You're not the real truth tellers because you're not telling the truth I want to hear. Just thank Sammy Online for bringing my attention to both that tweet and this news article. And Polling Canada has a great account to follow on Twitter, always has a lot of sometimes very disappointingly accurate polls and information. So they tweeted out the 10-year average for burned forest fires at this point in the year is 260,000 acres. This year, we've already seen 4.13 million acres burned. It was only at 1.33 million this time last year. And also from Polling Canada, top 10 worst wildfires in years in Canada in semi-recent memory, with 2023 ranking the worst at 29.46 million acres burned. So far this year, 4.13 million acres have burned in Canada this year. Like, I suppose on the bright side, there's only a finite amount of forest to burn. It's not going to take long before there's nothing left to burn. Like, it's hard to understand the scope of how much land this is, how much forest this is, and all those trees that have all that carbon in it just being released into the atmosphere. All the ways that, you know, runoff doesn't work the same way anymore. Groundwater isn't retained the same way anymore. Wildlife is displaced or obliterated. You know, ecosystems are destroyed. Farmland gone. Like, it's just... And there are times where these hit populated communities and they get almost no warning. And it leads to disaster. And it's already happened, and it's going to happen more. And I am so worried this year about fire season. It's just, there's something in my gut screaming at me that it's going to be bad. So, and you know, a lot of these northern communities is where my father's family is from, and I've had families members had to be evacuated from some of these fires in previous years. Like, when you're in a community that's 8 hours, 9 hours north of Edmonton, you know, how are you going to get the infrastructure in place to fight a massive fire, forest fire? It is, oh, scary, scary, scary. Okay, so there was something I was going to cover that I am going to skip, and then I'll get into the other story that I have in the titling and all that sort of stuff. For that, just quick little jaunt into the Sandbox. I'm trying my best to get through this. Let Letterhack know I tried. Shimegli, yeah, maple washing will make Canada justify the worst crap like Japanese internment and residential schools. Which a lot of people don't even know happened. Even the residential schools, a lot of Canadians don't know what they actually were and what happened in them. Phonics. This is going to sound kind of bad, but sometimes I can't believe how good I look for my age till I meet other people my age. You know what? Just focus on looking good. Doesn't have to be for an age. You can just look good. Some people couldn't get into Picard. Oh, well, I really liked it. I need to watch Discovery. I've watched the first 2 seasons. I need to watch the rest of it. I really liked it as well. You know, it's not going to take much for me to like something of Star Trek. Let's put it that way. Bad Lefty, there should be no statute of limitations of sexual violence. especially it can take so long for victims to come forward, to just get the courage, get the counseling, to come to understanding, realization of what happened. It's so many people will never see their day in court because of an underfunded, broken system that the Ford government wants to keep in place. It is disgusting. Yes, bad lefty. People like that don't stop until they're forced to stop. My dogs are goth. People are so stupid. It just gets hard to deal with. Bury those power lines, says Bad Lefty. Not necessarily doable in Canada. It depends on where, and permafrost and soil and frozen and things of that sort. Like if you go up to a lot of northern communities, even their pipes are above ground because what happens to the soil and the ground over the winter and summer, the flex and crunch and all that would destroy pipes. So they actually have them insulated above ground. So it all depends, but they definitely need better maintenance to make sure that doesn't happen. Because it's a combination of things. Like not only are the forests more dried out from droughts, but when storms happen, they happen much more violently. And so there's more risk of trees that, you know, are dehydrated, are weakened, of crashing down onto these power lines and the very fierce winds that you get in these derechos or downbursts and things of that sort, which is just, there's a word. When everything meets perfectly together to make a whirlpool situation. There's a term for it. Afro, I'm feeling called out. I'm not calling you out. I'm saying you look good no matter your age. Brenda, no, I've been to Flin Flon. It was years ago. It was a nice small town. Lots of small nice town up in northern parts of the country. Yeah, perfect storm making Bad Lefty. Perfect storm of events just making everything so much worse. Afro saying most of my life I never cared about how I looked, if I'm being honest, like I was the last person that gave a shit. Speaking of which, that's actually something Bam and I are going to be talking about Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern. He's coming on to my live stream. And one of the things that I wanted to get his take on is recently there was that thing between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Jasmine insulting each other's appearances in the house and whatnot. And then other backlash online and just this value over, or how people seem to be more valuable the better looking they are, and how the right and the left uses that. And I thought that would just be a really good discussion to have with him. So we're actually going to be talking about that on Wednesday. So tune in. Let's see. So I'm skipping this story right now. Okay, this one I need to cover. It is in the description, and it's way too big. These screens really don't like it when I make them super big. So, turns out we're going back to the Dark Ages. Ontario sees first measles death in decades of tracking after young child dies. This is where the conservative ideology leads to. You know, climate change denier, anti-vaxxers. This is just a horrible, horrible story. A young child has died of measles in Ontario, making the first death in the province from a highly contagious virus since tracking began in 1989. We're down here. Oops, let's make this bigger. There we go. Nope, too big. The child, who was under the age of 5, was not immunized against the virus, according to the surveillance report, which was published on Thursday. The death was reported in Hamilton. See, I'm all for not giving people a choice. Like, if they physically cannot take the vaccine for whatever reason, then that's one thing. But there should be no other excuse, because there are people who can't take the vaccine for whatever reason, that are relying on the herd immunity. And when you have so many people that then just want to believe that vaccines aren't useful, and part of it is we've hit this lull, this area where, since these diseases haven't been a problem or an issue for so long because of vaccines, people forget how bad it was. People forget how much it ravages the body, how many people were dying, and all that sort of stuff. You know, the lifelong consequences that people would have from these viruses. Because it hasn't happened for so long, they forget. And there's this complicity or this thought of, well, maybe we don't need it. Yeah, we do. We do. We need the vaccines. And it's so infuriating to me that it's the parents, usually, that deny their children the vaccines because they're afraid it's going to make them autistic, which no, it won't, or whatever other conspiracy thing they believe. And it's the child that suffers the consequence. And the parents will make up whatever bullshit story they want in their heads to justify their actions. Public Health Ontario says that there have been 22 confirmed cases of measles reported in the province in 2024. Of those individuals, 13 were children and 9 were adults. 4 of the adults were previously immunized, 2 were unimmunized, and 2 had unknown immunization status. The case spanned across 9 different public health units, and source of transmission in 15 or 22 cases is believed to be travel. In notes, let's just see. Just skipping down to some here. Somebody is saying, yeah, the key thing here is it is totally preventable, says Dr. Isaac, which is, yeah, get a vaccine. It's preventable. The amount of side effects from vaccines, there's always going to be some people that have massive adverse reaction to it, pales in comparison to the amount of people it saves. It's, you know, do you risk that? It's kind of like saying you have a 99% chance of living if you get this vaccine and 1% chance dying if you don't. But then if you get the, sorry, I'm not making sense right now. My brain is a little bit fried. It's kind of like people forgoing the 99% protection over the, that's not it. There is a phrase in my head and I can see it about, I think you guys know what I'm trying to get for it, but I'm trying to say it articulately. It's getting late. I can't speak right now, apparently. It's kind of like people saying that, you know, the 1% chance that vaccine might hurt them is 1% chance too risky, so they're not going to do it, despite the fact that 99% of the time it's fine, and that if you get the disease without the vaccine, then you're most likely going to die or get really, really sick. Between 2013 and 2023, there were about 101 confirmed cases of measles reported in Ontario. The last time the province saw more than 20 cases of measles was in 2014, when 22 cases were confirmed. A July report from Public Health Ontario previously showed that vaccination rates for measles has also slipped in recent years. For example, in Toronto, the percentage of 7-year-olds fully vaccinated for measles dropped from 80.2% to 38. What? Sorry, I think I'm reading this wrong. For example, in Toronto, the percentage of 7-year-olds fully vaccinated for measles dropped from 80.2% in the 2019 to 2020 school years to 38.9% in the 2021-2022 school year. I'm sorry, what? Holy shit. I'm sorry, I'm that's more than a 40% decrease in vaccination. Because so many people, they took the wrong lesson from COVID. They took that, too many people, anti-vaxxers, believed that, COVID proved that vaccines were bad without realizing how many lives those vaccines saved. It's almost like we would have had to live through the pandemic without vaccines and see the full extent of the horror, and then have vaccines introduced for people to actually understand that they work, to then see the difference. But because we got the vaccines so fast and they saved so many lives, people are like, nah, it wasn't the vaccines. The vaccines are actually the things that are killing people. Absolutely ridiculous. It was absolutely too many stupid people are allowed to become parents. And every Canadian school will be unsafe if we end vaccine mandates. Think about that. First child to die from measles in a decade, says Sherry DeNevo. And she's quote tweeting this: with today's news of Ontario child dying of measles and Canada's dismally low vaccination rates, we need to be reminded what Pierre Poilievre will do or not do to address this. And I'm bringing this up for a very good reason. This is from July 2nd, 2022. So, still pandemic, heavy during that time. Pierre Poilievre. Today, I introduced a private member's bill to abolish all current vaccine mandates and ban any and all future vaccine mandates. Give people back their medical freedom. Let them take back control of their lives. He wants to ban any and all present and future mandates for vaccines because he was just so upset with people being forced, held down and forcefully injected with vaccines for COVID, which of course never happened, and I'm being sarcastic. There were mandates in place, but people were being coerced into taking vaccines for sure, but nobody was being forced to take a vaccine. And this is the future he wants for Canada. If he becomes prime minister. Again, I can't stress enough how dangerous this person will be if he becomes prime minister of this country. People will die. Like, it's not an exaggeration. Schools need to have vaccine mandates to protect the people who can't take the vaccines, and to protect children from stupid parents who think vaccines are implanted chips or will make their children autistic. Parents who actually didn't learn anything when they went through school. Like, it's just, at some point, the state needs to step in and protect children from parents when they are being that neglectful. That's part of the point, You know, parents don't have absolute rights over their children. They have responsibilities. And part of the responsibility is keeping them healthy and safe, not to give them their medical freedom. It is to keep children safe. And I was directed to that tweet because of this person, David Hammer on Twitter, and he's just replying to that saying, "Go for it, Canada. Elect Peffel wipes Pierre Poilievre and watch him ban all vaccine mandates, thereby sewering herd immunity. Take yourselves back to the 18th century. Watch your children die. Whooping cough, measles, polio, and on and on and on. Not to mention any future pandemics, COVID, bird flu, anything that we come up with those miracle cures and vaccines for. Those will all be denied to people too." Okay, let's see. I'll save this for live stream with Bam. But then there's a lighter story I want to get to. Okay, we'll get to a lighter story and then we'll wrap it up, and I'll have these other things I'll carry over to next stream with Bam. So before I get to this nice, fun, light story, let's check the Sandbox quickly. BKK, exactly. It's nothing but privileged ignorance. Talking about the anti-vaxxers. Bad lefty. No child should ever die from measles, let alone in the filthy rich North America. Yeah, that death was completely preventable. Like, I want those parents to live with guilt. I want them to suffer for the rest of their lives for that. But they're not going to. That's the thing. Because if they're not intelligent enough to realize the importance of the vaccine, I seriously doubt they're capable of internalizing it and understanding where their mistake was. They're blaming other people. It's not their fault. No, it's something else. But in those instances, I want the parents to suffer. I do. Because so wrong. So wrong. It's not going to be a 5-hour-long show, Bad Lefty. Wait, when did we start? Six? No. Okay, we would have to go a lot longer for it to be a 5-hour-long show. If I'm doing my math right, which is totally possible. I'm not this with my brain kind of short wiring right now. BKK, the vaccine for stupidity is to not vax yourself. LOL. Like, that's the thing. If anti-vaxxers, if all they did was hurt themselves, I'd be all for letting them just take themselves out. The unfortunate thing is that a lot of people who, for whatever reason, can't take the vaccine, they're the ones that also suffer the consequence. And it's quite often people living with disabilities that are usually discarded by society in the first place, that then suffer the brunt of other people's stupidity. And yeah, if it was just the people themselves suffering, and even then I still have some sympathy for people who have just been so indoctrinated, so brainwashed into thinking it's bad, that, you know, they don't do it and then they see their life being taken away. And I do have some sympathy for some of those people. It's just sometimes I get so frustrated that you just want to lash out. But then there's like the vocal opponents of it. Like, there was always in the news radio hosts or DJs, people that were on their platforms spewing anti-vax nonsense that then died of COVID. And those people I was looking at like, good. be an example. But then there's just some innocent people that, never was exposed to the truth in any meaningful way that then suffer the consequence. And those people, a lot of them are on the right, but they've been so indoctrinated, and that's just the way that they were brought up, and they were never exposed to accurate information at a young age and stuff. And I do have sympathy for some of those people that are just desperate, wanting a change in life, that are also struggling. My dogs are cough. Absolutely be Cat K. Agree. I think they can be charged for neglect in some places. I think so too. I'm not entirely sure where it is in Canada. My dogs are goth. Sandy, you must be so hungry. Yes, especially when people remind me of I have to be careful that when I eat, I don't overeat, because that will also make me sick. Brenda Knoll, I had mumps and chicken pox as a kid because that was before they had the vaccine for those. I am a mutant. I'm one of those rare cases. I had the chicken pox 3 times as a kid. So, I'm going to be getting the shingles vaccine as soon as my doctor lets me. You see, Looney Tunes 9000, I am hungry. I think I would pass out if I try to do a 4-hour stream without actually eating a meal. Bad Lefty, that can't be right. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was like, I don't think that's right, but given all the anti-vax nonsense over the pandemic, yeah, I can believe it. I can believe it. It is, wow. Over a 40% decrease in vaccination, fully vaccinated kids. And I've been vaccinated for COVID like 6 or 7 times. Actually, I'm probably due for another booster. And I still wear a mask when I'm out at grocery stores and stuff. Like, I went to the funeral for one of my friends on the weekend, and I was the only person with a mask during the service. And I'm not even immunocompromised. I just don't want to get COVID again. Tamara, Buckaloo. Peace from Montana, USA. I hope everyone is having a good spring. I try to keep up with my neighbors. Well, thank you for coming into the Sandbox. I don't think I've seen you before. Welcome. Yes, I started at 6. So at 10, that's 4 hours. So we'd have to go in there hour for it to be 5 hours. And I don't plan on doing that. I just have one more fun story to get to. Looney Tunes 9000. What? Damn, Sandy. Yes, chickenpox 3 times as a kid. So I am definitely going to be getting that shingles vaccine as soon as I can. It's a very rare thing, but actually I had a very, very good friend who was also one of those rare cases. So it was the one thing that we had in common that nobody could figure out if you were playing that 20 guesses game. Nobody could figure that out, but it's very rare to get it that many times. I love being unique. Phonics, I've asked my doctor and she said, no, you're too young still. I'm really going to start looking into getting a new family doctor. Hermit horologist, my sister did too. I got it once in shingles last year. Still too young for the shingles vax. I'm definitely going to be trying to push for that one. Tamara, they're getting ready to start mass antidepressant vax here. Very scary, not really a vax, but a 2 times a year shot. Antidepressants are so overused here. SAD is not depressed. It's just a way of trying to keep people complicit in society. You know, keep treating the symptoms without ever treating the cause of depression. There was a stream I was going to do at one point just solely focused on that, you know, depression and suicidal ideation. I think I still have all the tabs for it. I should probably do it at some point. Just talking about how society is generally speaking the cause of a lot of depression. And you can take all the medication you want, but it's a band-aid solution. It never really fixes the problem. Okay, so let's get on to a little bit of a fun story. Ridiculous story. But fun. And I say it's ridiculous, like when I first saw this, because you know Twitter the way it is, you can never take anything at face value anymore. And I'm constantly trying to double check my sources. If it's from an account I'm not familiar with, I do some research into it, because you never know, things are photoshopped. You never know what AI is generating. You never know. And so when I saw this, I'm like, this isn't real. This is not real. I'm cynical about corporations and society and stuff. This is not real. You're not prepared for what I'm about to show you. Let's see. Trying to find the best screenshot of this. Yeah. You're not prepared for what I'm about to show you. Loblaws has been in the news recently, and under the Loblaws umbrella is Shoppers Drug Mart. They're owned by the Westons, the same corporation owners type thing, and Loblaws is currently undergoing a boycott because they have, you know, ridiculously jacked up the prices of groceries, making, you know, eating unaffordable for some people. Well, Shoppers is also in that category, and there's been scandals with them recently, because Doug Ford had favored them during the pandemic and giving them priority contracts when it came to vaccines and testing and all that sort of stuff during COVID. Well, this is from Shoppers. Meet the hiring team about the job, and this is a posting from Shoppers Drug Mart. Company description. Shoppers Drug Mart is a trusted and respected Canadian pharmacy and has been serving the healthcare needs of Canadians for 50 years with over 1,300 stores nationwide. Shoppers Drug Mart is an integral blah 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 blah. Role description for this posting. I'm saying posting. You'll understand why in a moment. Role description for this posting. This is a part-time on-site volunteer role at Shoppers Drug Mart in Toronto, Ontario. As a volunteer, you will be responsible for assisting with various tasks and providing support to the staff. This may include helping customers find products, restocking shelves, organizing inventory, and maintaining a clean and organized store environment. Your role as a volunteer is crucial in ensuring that our customers have a positive and seamless shopping experience. Qualifications for this volunteer role: excellent customer service and interpersonal skills, ability to work well in a team environment, strong attention to detail and organizational skills, ability to multitask and prioritize tasks effectively, good communication skills. Previous retailer customer service experience is an asset. Ability to work. Don't you mean volunteer? Ability to volunteer, flexible hours, including evenings and weekends. I did not know this Twitter account, so I'm thinking this is satire. This must be. Most shopper drug marts are independently owned, but are all under the Loblaws umbrella. As such, it should come as no surprise that this Loblaw shopper's job listing does not pay. They want volunteers to stock shelves clean and be available nights and weekends. This had to be a joke, right? But the thing is that I've referenced Sherry even earlier in this stream. I trust her account. Breaking. Now the Westons won't even be paying part-time staff volunteer jobs in Shoppers Drug Mart. And she has the same. And I'm like, no, this can't be real. It can't. No. Blog TO. Toronto Shoppers Drug Mart ad for unpaid volunteer position has people baffled. This is a real posting. It took me 3 layers and like 4 different news outlets to report on this before I finally accepted this was real. Because, you know, you've seen it usually on the right where there's like this outlandish story that starts on Twitter, and like Fox Media and Rebel News and all these places will just pick it up just because. And then it turns out that the source of it on Twitter was wrong. Only this is real. This is real. A new job posting for a role at Toronto Shoppers Drug Mart location is causing a stir this week due to the fact that it is boldly seeks a worker to perform what many feel should be paid duties, but for free. Huh? Really? Really? The part-time volunteer position, which popped up on LinkedIn on Wednesday, states that the chosen candidate, because I'm sure people are just lining up for this, would be responsible for assisting with various tasks and providing support to the staff, which could consist of tasks such as helping customers find products, restocking, and we went over that in the thing, because it's not bad enough that customers now have to do their own work of checking themselves out of the store. You know, instead of going through a cashier and having a cashier be paid to do a job, it's now up to customers to do the checkout, bag their own stuff, you know, put in work. But now they just want people to do everything else there for free. Though the listing has been up for less than a day at the time of publication, it has already been marked as no longer accepting applications. Oh, was that because it was like flooded with people eager for this position? Is that it? They were just so overwhelmed with applicants? Is that what happened? Huh? They're just like, wow, we didn't expect to get like 500 applications in just a day. Just so many to choose from. This is like, we almost need to have somebody volunteer to go through all of these applications just to find one that is, you know, the best possible volunteer for this job. Those who have come across the ad are confused and outraged, wondering if it's even legal to ask someone to work such a job for free. It's not. Unbelievable, incredibly wealthy corporation with a monopoly in Canada that saw record profits this year thinks they're also deserve volunteer labor, one person wrote while sharing the post on Facebook. Well, they do think they deserve volunteer labor, hence people, you know, doing their self-checkouts and bagging their own stuff. Are corporations not greedy enough already? Now Shoppers Drug Mart is asking for volunteers and expecting people to work in the stores for free? Another asked. I think it speaks for... Okay, we don't need to go over random people's comments on this. But the owner who posted the position for his downtown pharmacy tells Blog TO that he did so in error and that he certainly never meant to cause any harm or drum up so much outrage. No longer accepting applications. That post was a mistake as we don't hire volunteers at Shoppers Drug Mart. Oops. We don't do that. No, I found out it's illegal. So we don't hire volunteers. All my employees are getting paid. If you have to then backtrack and say, yeah, I'm paying people to do jobs. All of them. In fact, I'm paying all of them to do a job. And a good rate. So not only are they getting paid, but it's at a good rate. Pharmacist's email said he further explained that he had been considering a way to address the many inquiries he receives from people looking to gain invaluable experience on a volunteer basis. Really? Really? Like, I know the whole phrase, you know, it's difficult to get a job when they ask for experience because how are you supposed to get experience until you get a job? I get that. I don't think people are going up to Shoppers Drug Mart saying, hey, can you sign me up as a volunteer so I can get some experience in retail? No. 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 And then to play it off, it's like, I'm just trying to be helpful by giving somebody an unpaid position. We'll get into a little bit of a news clip too. I receive a lot of emails and LinkedIn messaging asking for volunteer opportunities, but I don't respond. However, I saw that volunteer is an option on LinkedIn when you post for a job. I just wanted to try to see if I can help anyone gain Canadian experience, as other kinds of jobs usually do, knowing that I have full staff now, he says. I then received a note that we do not do volunteering, and I quickly closed the position. However, I couldn't delete the post. Loblaws company confirmed the blog TO that the opening was listed in error and was closed almost immediately after it was posted. Shoppers Drug Mart doesn't have volunteers in their stores, and it's against company policy. Ha ha, we got caught, huh? A spokesperson said. It is really just them testing the water to see what they can get away with, and then using like vulnerable newcomers as an excuse. Because that's what the video we're about to watch kind of gets into.
A Shoppers Drug Mart pharmacy in downtown Toronto is facing backlash over an online job posting this week seeking a volunteer to work in the store. A parent company, Loblaws, says the listing was an error. Sarah McMillan joins me now with more on how the listing got posted in the first place, and this has not surprisingly caused some heated reaction. Sarah, what exactly was the job posting advertising?
Well, Kelda, this posting went up earlier this week on LinkedIn, and it was posted by the pharmacy owner at the Shoppers Drug Mart at King and Peter Streets in downtown Toronto, and it very clearly advertised the role as a...
You know, I'm just thinking, this is CBC. They really should be, you know, going for the bias of the corporation here. I'm just saying, I'm surprised they're not like, you know, they were really sincerely trying to help people out. Like, I don't understand what the backlash was. It's just an innocent corporation, you know, trying to give back to the community. What's the big deal?
A volunteer position in the store with tasks including assisting customers, organizing inventory, and restocking shelves. Now, the listing was taken down yesterday morning, but it was already...
Okay, if we go back to the listing for a second here. Like, this is the thing that gets me, because they're using the excuse of, you know, we want people to help people get experience, getting a job by doing this volunteer thing. But then in the qualifications, it says previous retail or customer service experience is an asset. It's kind of contradicting yourself there. Just like they're really just showing their ass here.
Making the rounds online. I spoke with John Gunn, who's been a customer at this Shoppers location for more than a decade.
My first reaction was this has to be a joke or some kind of misunderstanding.
What I want to know is, how do I get to be this person? Like, who is this guy? Just some random customer? Like, how do you become that random person in a news video where they're just asking your opinion, even though you're basically a nobody? How do I get onto these news networks as one of these people? Because I wouldn't try to stir up trouble.
But the second thing that went through my mind was that this is a for-profit company, and a volunteer position for what would otherwise be a paid position I found outrageous.
And Sarah, what has Shoppers said about all this?
Well, a spokesperson for parent company Loblaw told me in a statement that the job posting was an error and that it does not have volunteers working in stores. Now, he also phoned the pharmacy and spoke with the owner who posted the job. He declined to do an interview, but he told me he realizes now that it was a mistake to post this job, but says his intentions were good. He says he was trying to help people looking for Canadian work experience, saying he often gets messages from people seeking opportunities even if they're unpaid. Now, I was
I didn't know they were selling bullshit at Shoppers these days.
curious about that, so I reached out to the Toronto Region Immigrant Employment Council. It surveyed newcomers 2 years ago and found that more than half cited a lack of Canadian work experience as a major barrier to getting a job. So I asked CEO Gillian Mason about...
You see, the problem there isn't the lack of Canadian experience. The problem is the lack of Canadian employers taking newcomers seriously. You know, instead of looking at them as a chore or a charity case, or that they're unqualified because maybe their English isn't perfect. And I have yet to meet any Canadian whose English is perfect all of the time anyway. Like, this is a problem with discrimination, racism. It's not a problem with newcomers not having Canadian experience, because any job you go into, there's going to be on-the-job training. Doesn't matter what the job is. And so it's a matter of, can you look at this person and think, yeah, they're polite, they come across as competent, they're nice, they seem like they're going to be a hard worker, blah, 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 blah. Well, we can just teach them how to use the point of sales machine. You know, we can just teach them what our systems are here. That's not a big deal, because guess what? You'd have to do that anyway with anyone who gets into that position. So this isn't the problem CBC is making it sound like it is.
her reaction to the Shopper story.
And so the fact that this action was taken was probably a reaction to what our studies show, which is that Canadian experience is a barrier. However, that barrier needs to be overcome by employers increasing their capacity to actually hire and retain and advance immigrants.
Now, Ontario did actually recently pass legislation banning employers from requiring Canadian work experience in job postings, and Mason says it is a big and important step.
And Sarah, as we mentioned, this has caused a lot of reaction, prompted a social media flurry this week. What else can you tell us about this public reaction?
Yeah, so even though the listing has been taken down, Shoppers has certainly been fielding criticism on social media this week, even prompting some customers to say they'll take their business elsewhere. Now, John Gunn, the customer we heard from before, says this now deleted job posting from Shoppers feels to him kind of like a continuation of a trend of customers being asked to do more and more free labor for companies.
From bringing your own bags to packing your bags to using self-checkout, and now having the nerve to ask customers to volunteer literally.
Yeah, go up to a store employee. Hey, do you have any more of these things that are on sale in the back? Do you have them? And then the store employee looking at you, go check. Like, seriously, it's not my job to go check. You go in the back room and you look through the inventory and you check if you want it so much.
Stacking the shelves. And I thought there had to be a line drawn somewhere.
Now, Gunn says that he is drawing that line by switching to a different pharmacy.
All right, thank you so much for this, Sarah. CBC.
Wow. Just ridiculous. Screw it, let's do this. It's a little bit of an unwinding because that story was ridiculous. It is. Corporations will do whatever they can to get away with whatever they can. Like, they will push it so far as they possibly can. It doesn't surprise me that more and more they're expecting us to do more of the work, charge groceries more. Like, it's less value for the dollar every single day. You know what? I think we deserve a little bit of a laugh. It doesn't work in that screen. It's clear.
I don't know, his gun?
No, not his gun. Man's power center is his mouth, all right? Everything comes from the mouth. That's where the power is conveyed from, all right? That's why I chew gum, you know? If I'm not chewing gum, I got a toothpick in there. Anything that focuses the mouth, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. What are you doing?
What do you mean?
I mean, what are you doing right now?
I don't know. What do you mean?
You're staring at my mouth.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you just were.
No, I wasn't.
See, I pulled you into the mouth. Yeah, you did it again. Look at
What?
Look.
No, I didn't.
You just look at
Just pulled him into his mouth.
my mouth right now. Right now, you're looking at my mouth.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, that's why I have a mustache, too. It frames the mouth. Mustache is like an eyebrow for the mouth, all right? It's telling you, look here. You know, you should get a mustache.
I don't want a mustache.
You should. You're too boyish. You're like meek looking.
Wanted to do that. Everyone can go and check out the pilot episode. Shockingly, the only episode of Beat Cops with damn Seder. Also, where is it? Where is it? Right there. And don't forget this whole contact me ombudsman for CBC news will be in the description box below after this broadcast. The corporations before Canadians, or the completely biased coverage. Let's check the Sandbox. So who here predicted that last story about shoppers, huh? Oh. Grand Theft Autobot, volunteer, thanks, but no thanks. Yeah. No, if I'm volunteering, I'm just going to volunteer myself to some product there too. I will voluntarily walk it out with me. Brendan Knoll, I'll be taking my pay out the back door if you know what I mean. Yeah. Brendan Knoll, or flooded with fake applications. Oh, I would have loved to have done that. Grand Theft Autobot. Galen Weston refuses to take a pay cut for that position? Yeah. You know, I'm sure he has the time, but he can go and fill it if it's so needed. Brenda Knowles. So, Mr. Eat My Shorts, how did you hear about the opening? Like, just this idea too, like, we're going to be picky over the volunteer we bring into here too. Grand Theft Autobot name, Darkwing Fuck. Previous work experience. Terror that flaps night. Vigilante. Father. Oh, it's Darkwing Duck. It was a cartoon, I know. Bad Lefty. Sandy's eyebrows speak for me. There's a gift for you. Looney Tunes 9000, this will not be 5 hours. And my live stream on Wednesday definitely won't be 5 hours because I have a co-host, and so there's no way Bam is going to stay on for 5 hours. Especially starting at 9 p.m. Oh. My dogs are goth. GTA, the Sunday night sex show with Sue Johansson. Yeah, that used to be a thing here in Canada. She used to go around and do college campus tours as well. Grand Theft Autobot, Sam Seder, and H. John Benjamin. Yeah, also, unfortunately, Judy Gold is also in that pilot, but you know, go check it out. It like I keep on saying, Sam Seder aged much better than that pilot. I tried tweeting it out at him to get his attention with it, but I don't think he saw it, or he completely ignored the fact that the full episode is now on YouTube. I hope it doesn't give me a copyright strike. I'll just have to cut it out of the live stream if it does. Well, I just want to thank all the volunteers that I have in the stream, all the mods, keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Yeah, next live stream will be Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern with Bam. Again, apologies to left past 10. I mixed up my scheduling, so I have to start much later than I was planning. Let's do these things here. If you can, please become a patron. Every little bit helps. It really does. You know, times are tough. I can't afford to do a volunteer job. You know, all these things here. Art. Check it out. I still don't have the Dan from the internet drawing up, but I have all the other drawings are up. Also, in the description box below, I have an Amazon wish list. Every little bit helps. Frodo's ongoing care, my ongoing care. If you can afford a one-time thing, something from the Amazon wish list is good, but also there's a PayPal link in the description box, as well as if you're Canadian, you can send an e-transfer to SandeeLovas@gmail.com. And I really do mean every little bit helps. If you send it via e-transfer or something of that sort where I can't directly thank you for it, please know I do thank you very much for it. Other ways that you can help if you don't have any financial way is liking, sharing the stream, going through my videos, liking them. There's a few that I'm still trying to bump up over 100 views. That's something I'm trying to at least consistently do so that, you know, it helps in the algorithms. And other than putting, you know, Pierre Polyev as a poopy head in the title of all of them, I need your help in getting it over that 100 view mark. And I'm asking you to cheat. So you click on the video, you mute it, you watch something else in a different tab. It still counts as a view. I do it daily to the videos that I'm trying to bump over that 100 view mark. There's not too many, so every little bit helps. And I have noticed bumps in some of them. So I appreciate that. Feel free to go and troll the trolls in the Pierre Polyev comments section. I haven't looked through much of it. They don't deserve to be taken seriously. Yeah, and I'll be working on clipping stuff, getting more stuff up here. Still working on book stuff, all that sort of stuff. Stuff. I'm hungry. Going to have the overcooked ham and rice. Trying to thank you everyone for coming out and trying to think if I forgot anything. Because I usually do forget one or two things. You guys all rock. That's important to say too. And let's just see. Anything else? Yeah, everyone go and say hi to Letterhack. Until then, until Wednesday. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.